Welcome to Day 4 of the 2022 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville, where the world's best pickleballers are on display, competing, smashing, and experiencing all that makes the U.S. Open America's elite tournament. Goals are set, teams are gelling, memories are made through the best and the most challenging moments. So come along for the ride. Coverage begins on Pickleball Channel right now. This is what the pickleball capital of the world looks like. Welcome to Naples, Florida. Not too far away from the coast at East Naples Community Park. Zing Zang Championship Court the site as we get ready for Day 4 of the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville. Great to have you with us, everybody. Got great company. Melissa McCurley from pickleballtournaments.com. Chad Edwards out of Peak Performance. I'm Drew Felios. Melissa, 2022 at this U.S. Open. It is off to a smashing start.
Oh, it is. I mean, it started off with the registration back in January where over 4,000 people registered for the U.S. Open. And ultimately here in April, we have 2,749 of those people competing.
Just incredible. Chad, that means a lot of matches all over this complex. What's caught your eye?
Oh, we've already had a lot of matches played, but the heat doesn't seem to be as much of a factor this year. We're seeing a little bit, well, if you can call 90 degrees, lower temperatures. But so the ball's playing pretty true. However, the wind may kick up. The humidity is definitely up, so we're seeing a lot of drenched shirts out there.
Had some memorable moments thus far. Yesterday, it was the bronze medal match in split age mix that certainly caught our eye. Callie Smith, Dane Gingrich playing some incredible pickleball.
Oh, absolutely. This is a favorite event here at the U.S. Open, and Dane and Callie were fun to watch all day long, as were Dave Weinbach and Jade Kawamoto.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing I think we say it every year, but we're seeing a lot more power come into the ladies' game. It was definitely on display yesterday.
Congratulations to Smith and Gingrich in the gold medal match. How about Leia, Jansen, and John Sperling?
Yeah, Leia, just her second U.S. Open. She already has 3 medals, getting her first gold medal at the U.S. Open yesterday in mixed split age.
Yeah, and John Sperling's consistently been at the top of the senior pro for the last couple of years, and we definitely saw why yesterday. It was a great pairing.
And reliving the rest of the week starting from Sunday as Jansen and Sperling take care of business in 3. I'm still talking about that Ben Johns comeback. J.W. Johnson gave him all he could handle, but John still finds a way in men's singles.
He did. He had to fight off a couple of match points in that second game, winning at 12-10, and Ben Johns showing the true champion he is, winning in third, 11-7.
Then Catherine Parenteau, also a crowning achievement, Chad.
Yeah, this was Catherine's first medal at the U.S. Open. Obviously great to be, for singles, not medal overall, but she's definitely put a lot of work into her singles game. She's consistently been at the top as well, and it came through this time.
See some of the other names. Serena Terashenko, a fixture in Naples. Gingrich and Newman did win gold in men's pro split. And then Jansen and Sperling, of course, taking care of business. We are thrilled you are here. Day 4 at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville. Senior men's doubles next.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
Working out doesn't have to be this complicated. That's why I make walking my workout with Skechers' new Workout Walker. They're loaded with performance and comfort technology, including a carbon-infused plate to add more spring to your step. They're ready for your ultimate walking workout. Just put them on and walk. You guys tired already? I'm still walking. Try Skechers' new Workout Walker. It'd be a lot easier if he just rolled.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Skechers. Experience comfort on the court with Skechers Pickleball. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at MargaritavilleResorts.com. And by Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore.
Zing Zang Championship Court, our home base for this Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Men's Senior Pro Doubles. It's been a busy day. Weiss and Mclean set to take on Ruiz and Waddell. Barry Waddell's had some really good moments here in Naples. He hopes today is another. And then there's Ruiz right there in the orange. Melissa, hard to believe he has never played in these championships.
Not at the U.S. Open. Enrique Ruiz is a pickleball Hall of Famer, too, so I'm anxious to see him play.
Eager and ready to go. These guys, you could just sense it in their faces. They were meeting with the officials just moments ago. Barry Waddell, his partner, won with Dave Weinbach back in 2019. So here he is 3 years later, new partner, trying to add some more memories.
Yeah, it probably feels like 3 days, doesn't it? Time goes by so fast these days. So, yeah, really looking forward to seeing him.
And there you see Jason Weiss wearing the red, left part of your screen. Todd Mclean wearing the white, a pair of guys that we don't know a lot about.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of them play at all. Melissa and I did look up some of the stats from last year's U.S. Minto Open, and they won the 50 and over men's double as the same pairing. So they've come through the back door and are still playing. So I'm actually interested to see their play style. I know a lot more about Ruiz and Waddell than I do about them, but.
Yeah, Jason's ranked 110 in the world currently for seniors. As Chad said, they played in the amateur event here last year, taking gold. So they're stepping it up a notch, giving it a go in the pro side. So I'm anxious to see what they got.
Jason Weiss in that white ball cap, red shirt from Ocala. Todd Mclean comes all the way from Boise, Idaho, representing the Bay Area Pickleball Association. And as we said, don't know much about these guys, but this is where you make your name. This is where you make people remember who you are, and a golden opportunity for these two today.
Right, and the energy that's inside the Zing Zang Championship court here really fuels these guys and brings out their A game. If you're not playing your best here, I don't think you can play your best anywhere.
Weiss will serve, underway.
And one thing you'll see about Enrique Ruiz is he is a hand switcher, so he will actually play with both hands.
He's got much more of a controlled, softer game.
0-0-1.
He spent a lot of time playing indoor pickleball up in the Northwest.
waste no time, getting into our first firefight.
Yeah, and this is a game to 15, so this is a 1 to 15. When they get to 8, they will switch sides. So at the U.S. Open, we do play consolation brackets, so the best these gentlemen can do today is bronze.
Oh, tremendous get by Jason Weiss.
Looks like the wind is blowing into Waddell and Ruiz's face here. Now, obviously on championship court, it does tend to swirl a little bit, but we may see a few more lobs like that.
Side out.
And it makes you wonder, with one guy being from Boise and the other one being from Florida, they're about as far apart as they can get. When did these guys practice together?
0-1-1.
That's a very, very good question.
Well, I think potentially he does spend some time in the villages. I think I saw on his profile there on pickleballtournaments.com that he had the villages listed next to him as well.
0-1-2.
That would explain it. Barry Waddell showing some outstanding defense.
Barry's got really, really good hands. If you notice his movement, he is a little bit more restricted. His neck has actually been fused, so he can't turn his head as much. So he's one of the guys, if you're watching to keep hands in front of the body, he's very, very good at it.
Well done there. And a reminder too, Chad, if you've got some physical limitations, you can still play this game.
Oh, 100%. Whether it's at the pro level or just entering into the game, you can move as fast or as slow as you want in pickleball.
No!
Oh.
Wow. And you'll notice with Barry, and maybe this is developed from some of the limitations, I don't know, but his anticipation and his ability to know where that ball is already going is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and he does come from a tennis background as well, so he does have that racket sport background. But you're right, his anticipation is on another level sometimes, and you know, like I said, his movement and his timing have to be on point with the restriction.
And Ruiz and Waddell are out to really a quick 4-0 lead.
See that experience showing right now early.
4-0-1.
Another nice get by Weiss. That one just a little bit wide from Ruiz.
Yeah, and he's always used the lob, you know, as an offensive shot, and he's really good at it. I don't know if that comes from the indoor experience that he has, or just something that he's just good at. Doesn't matter inside or out.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of the indoor experience, but it's something that's kind of carried into the game today from old school pickleball kind
Side
of.
out.
Ball was left up just a little bit. These guys are definitely not going to leave a ball up above the net and not be aggressive with their swing.
Second server.
How about that backhand?
Yeah, that's some of that racket skill I think Chad was just talking about a few minutes ago on display by Barry.
Zero, 4-2.
This game has blown up so much with seniors all over the country, guys. Chad, I'm wondering, the old saying, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Do you find that when it comes to teaching seniors this great game of pickleball?
Oh no, not at all. A lot of clients will say that, you know, I'm old, I can't learn anything new. I think the game is still evolving so much that you're continually going to change with it. You just have to be open to the change. If you're stuck in your same ways every time, then the game's going to leave you behind.
Point.
Five-one Ruiz and Waddell out to the lead here. Great to have you with us, however you're watching.
5-1-1.
Whether it's on Facebook, YouTube, Pickleball Channel, of course, primary source throughout the week.
Point.
So the offensive lob by Ruiz, the reason why it's called that offensive lob is it's predominantly used when all four players are up at the kitchen. Use the lob to push them back and get yourself back on the offense, them on the defense.
Oh, just makes it over. Waddell right there. Longest point of the match thus far.
And there was that hand switch I just told you about.
Let's do it, guys.
Yeah, and that got some fan reaction in the crowd.
So the skills that they showed right there between speeding it up, slowing it down. One of the hardest aspects of the game is being able to reset that harder ball. And a lot of people can learn from that point there, whereas when the resets happen, it's not like we're trying to do a whole lot. You're just allowing that ball to hit the paddle, slow it back down, hopefully keep that ball down.
Time. Score is 8-1-1. Change
So we'll
ends.
switch sides here
1 minute.
at 8-1. Enrique Ruiz making his debut, long-awaited debut, here in Naples at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Day 4 underway.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. By Zing Zang, America's favorite Bloody Mary mix. By Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. And by the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 15th to 22nd, 2023.
Back here at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. In case you're wondering, Minto Communities are proud supporter. They have supported this event as it has continued to just explode, Melissa, since its inception.
Oh, it has. So 2016, when we had our first U.S. Open, there were 805 players that played. So that just kind of tells you the growth, because we're now at 2,749 here in 2022.
Weiss and McLean trying to come back now in the near court. Nice shot there. Maybe that'll get it blown.
That was a good forehand topspin roll by Weiss. Staying underneath it, quick snap of the wrist, taking it back behind Ruiz.
Ruiz into the net that time, side out.
I think Ruiz kind of questioned whether to hit that ball or not. You saw him catch it back behind his body, and then he looked behind him thinking that that ball potentially may have gone out, but he decided to hit it.
1-8-1.
Right down the middle. Another good dig by Jason Weiss.
And even better, chase down by Enrique Ruiz. Wow. These guys are putting a lot of skill on display, but what I'm seeing here, Chad, is what I call maybe some of the more traditional way of pickleball, where they're doing their third drop, getting to the line, and a little bit different than what we see on the pro side.
Yeah, and I think we've got 4 guys here that have been playing pickleball for a while, developed those skills. They will take the opportunity to speed the ball up, but the other thing to notice is even though they're playing slower, they're not hitting the same ball 2-3 times in a row into the same part of the court. They're moving the ball around and being that patient and opening up the hole. They're also using that offensive lob very, very effectively right now.
We also see a backhand serve here, and that's from Todd Mclean. You don't see too much of that in the pro level.
No, I think we see it more on the senior pro level. Scott Moore's been doing that backhand serve for a number of years. You can add a good amount of spin with that backhand slice serve.
Another outstanding point.
And that time he didn't get the roll.
Todd Mclean having some fun.
Yeah, enjoying that point.
You definitely see a lot more of the net rollers in pickleball than you do in say tennis. I think it's just because of how light the ball is. That spin will actually hit below the net cord, and it's almost like it climbs up and over the net.
Yeah, and a couple of miscues by Waddell and Ruiz, and here we are, 8-5. That lead is really closed in here.
Able to climb back in it.
5-8-2. Side out.
Side out now to Waddell and Ruiz.
8-5-1.
Ruiz got to run and go get it again. Can't recover.
Not quite that time, but you know, you can watch. There is a method to chasing down a lob, Chad.
There is. I've actually done quite a few videos on that one. But you'll notice that when these guys go back for the lob, they're taking their time for it. You have a lot more time than you think you do when you go back for a lob rather than rushing for it.
Do you cover safety tips for running down a lob as well?
The first two steps are the most important. You have to open your hips, swing like a swinging gate or an opening door, and then the second step has to gain ground. If you backpedal or if you twist your feet up, big time dangerous on the pickleball court.
Ruiz comes up short. So again, Jason Weiss and Todd Mclean chipping away.
I think we're going to see Weiss and Mclean continuing with that lob. The wind is into their face, so once you push that lob up and you can get that depth, the wind is going to knock it down.
Wrong position. Side out.
So serving the wrong position that time.
Yeah, it results in a side out.
What both teams are actually doing is they're doing they're either doing a half stack while they're serving, or they're doing full stacks, and that's actually what caused that fault with the serve in the wrong position is because they were stacking. Weiss had forgot to move over.
Second server.
Guys, you just feel Weiss and Mclean, they're gaining a little confidence here too. Crowd's getting behind them a little bit as well.
Yeah, you can feel it, and it's just a 2-point game, and they battled there to get a second serve on the other side. They're just staying patient, Drew. Just doing what they do best here.
Oh.
Yeah. And I think, did that ball hit him?
That touched you correctly?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, and that was confirmed by
Point.
the referee.
Yes, yes.
Ruiz changed tactics there a little bit. He got that ball that was sitting just in front of him and sped it up into the body of Weiss. Anytime you do speed a ball up, always consider it a 1-2 punch. The speed up is just the first. You have to anticipate it coming back. But I like that strategy for them, especially with Weiss and Mclean starting that lob. Much more difficult to lob with a ball into the body than that easy ball sitting in front.
10-6-2.
So 10-6 here. Waddell serving. Sorry, not sorry.
That's the second one in
Receiver,
4 points, I think, from
11-16
Ruiz. And you're going to see a
one
lot of those balls jump off the net. He is very wristy, does hit with a lot of spin.
A couple tough breaks there for Weiss and Mclean as they just had momentum on their side, just like that. The lead up to 11-6 here on day 4 in Naples.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by DecoTurf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By PaddleTech, official paddle of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By ilovepickles.org, a place to celebrate all things pickled. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Great scene here in Naples on day number 4. It's about 85 degrees here in South Florida. Of course, a little bit cooler underneath this blue tent, Melissa, but so far the conditions have been pretty much ideal.
They have all week so far.
Yes, yes.
A little bit cool, a nice
Time
little
in.
breeze. This has been the most humid
11-6-2.
day of the days that we've been here, and we started on Sunday.
Speed it up.
Side out.
Yeah, and that was well executed by Wise. He saw the opportunity, take a nice deep down the middle on the backhand side of Barry Waddell, got the pop-up that he was looking for. Very strategic move.
Yeah, and again, that's the 1-2 punch. You have to anticipate that
11-1.
sped up ball to come back and use it as the setup. If you speed up a ball and expect to hit the winner off of that first speed up, a lot of the times we end up getting caught when it comes back.
6-11-2.
Second serve here. That lob has been a weapon.
Point.
It definitely has, Drew, but I've been so impressed about how it's being defended. I mean, it's really textbook. I mean, Chad described it a bit ago. Textbook to how they're executing and
11-2.
executing it. But they've got a lot of practice in this game.
Waddell's speed definitely helped him on that one. A lot of the times when that lob is executed over the backhand side, you have a tendency to twist the person's body around. That lob there missed onto the forehand side and just fed that overhead. So one of the areas that you look to take advantage of that offensive lob is to go over the left shoulder, or what Weiss and Mclean have been effective of is Mclean hitting the lob over Ruiz's left shoulder and pushing him back into the court.
And that just shot
Yeah,
just a little bit wide.
Yeah, and you just heard, I'm not sure if it was Wise or Mclean, but you heard him, every shot matters, and it really does. I mean, these are short games, really, in the big scheme of things when you're looking at points.
12-7-1.
Every point is just crucial. And Barry's just gone on a real aggressive surge here the last couple of minutes.
He's having fun right now. Little finger pointing to the crowd.
Yeah. Gotta try to get them pumped up a bit.
Yeah, they're definitely playing looser. I think once the game started to get a little closer there, we saw the shift in strategy from Ruiz and Waddell. They're definitely speeding up a lot more balls.
13-7-1.
And just staying loose and having some fun.
Wow.
Second server.
That is some quick hands right
It
there.
was, and Wise had his paddle up. It's like he was looking for that.
That was really good anticipation. But you'll notice that in those fast hand exchanges, very rarely is the paddle going to come behind the body. If we try to get bigger and stronger by taking that big backswing,
Correct. He's correct where it
we
is.
just, our hands aren't fast enough. So a lot of the times, people that are
13-7-2.
looking to speed up their hands or their reaction time, the best way to do it is to just shorten your swing and keep that paddle in front.
just wide.
Side out.
And sometimes, Chad, if you don't stay patient, you're the first one to speed up the ball. I wonder what the percentage is of how often that doesn't work out for you.
So I would say 3-4 years ago, that percentage was a lot higher. It was always stay patient, stay patient, don't pull the trigger. I think that is changing now, but it also has to be the right ball. And what is the right ball? Typically, it's that ball that's sitting in front, nice and easy. You're able to disguise that speed up a little bit.
Well done by Todd Mclean, trying to stay in it here, down 5.
McLean and Weiss have picked up on the fact that Ruiz and Waddell are going to start speeding those balls up more.
That was just a little bit long, so a side out here for Waddell and Ruiz, 2 points away.
And I just want to give a shout out to our referee here, Joanne Corker. There are a lot of outstanding referees here that will ref it, well, not all of these matches, but we've had 5,185 matches here this week, and they'll ref a big number of those.
About an inch off that time, so Waddell lets it go, and now he'll serve for the match.
14-8-1.
I'm going to say they're going to try to get this one done pretty quickly.
Second server.
That's the last couple of points where Waddell has chosen a good ball to speed up, but he's sped it right into McLean's forehand. And he's been sitting on that, just attacking Ruiz straight into the backhand.
Side out.
Came up short again.
Yeah, and you saw Ruiz try to do something a little different there. Almost it was like instead of a third shot drop, it was like a third shot lob, and it just didn't kind of get far enough for him.
No, he had some different body movement there. I don't know if he opened the face up too much. He stood up a little too early, but he definitely didn't stay through the ball long enough.
Oh, I know he wishes he could have that one back.
And that's one of the instances where
Score is 9-14.
if you try to go soft on that ball that's above the net, you're running more of a risk of missing it into the net than being aggressive and pushing that ball hard and back.
14-9, Ruiz and Waddell. Weiss and McLean serve when we return.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Skechers. Experience comfort on the court with Skechers Pickleball. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at MargaritavilleResorts.com. And by Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore.
You will hear us often this week say powered by Margaritaville. If you're planning a vacation to go to Margaritaville, go to Margaritaville.com. Plenty of fun resort destinations to stop by. Stop by their booth if you're here at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
9-14-1.
As Weiss and McLean now serving.
Good speed up and reset.
Second server.
That's potentially a ball McLean could have attacked or should have attacked. Again, it's sitting up there. We try to go soft. We just can't get enough to get it over there. I think it was a high enough ball that McLean could have been aggressive on that backhand.
Side out.
A little bit long. Ruiz right there to make the call. And now another match point here for Waddell and Ruiz.
14-9-1. Second server.
Wow, and that match point can be very difficult to pick up. You can see on Barry Waddell's face, you can feel a little bit of the pressure. You know, they got a nice little lead here, but you want to get that 15th point.
Oh, well done by Ruiz. Tremendous shot to end it.
And that's a tricky one for Ruiz because of that paddle hand switching like you talked about earlier, Melissa. That lob that goes straight ahead like we see here, he just throws it up to the left hand and he's basically hitting two forehands with that paddle switch.
The way he does it with the left hand, pretty impressive for Enrique Ruiz. So Waddell and Ruiz get us going here on Championship Court. We're back in a moment.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech, let's go again.
My hard seltzering wasn't always secure. I don't like tall, slim cans in my hand. That's not me anymore.
If you're sick of basic seltzers with artificial aftertaste, join a growing community that's taking back control of their seltzering.
Fruit Smash changed my life. Thank you, Fruit Smash.
Welcome back to the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville. First match in the books here from Zing Zang Championship Court, won by Waddell and Ruiz. Drew Felios with Melissa McCurley, pickleballtournaments.com. Chad Edwards out of Peak Performance as we get ready for our next match. Players on the court, fans in the arena getting a little stretch in as they are enjoying this. It's a tough ticket, a tough seat to be had to have a spot inside this arena. But it'll be Greneau and Owen against Kennedy and Onsens. That match is coming up in just about 5 minutes. Stay with us. Our coverage continues from Naples.
My hard seltzering wasn't always secure. I don't like tall, slim cans in my hand. That's not me anymore.
If you're sick of basic seltzers with artificial aftertaste, join a growing community that's taking back control of their seltzering.
Fruit Smash changed my life. Thank you, Fruit Smash.
Something that someone has been working on and has talked about is when you go out there, don't worry about losing, but go out and go for it. And so tough to do against players like Kovalev and Wright, but they seem a little bit tentative here and reactive.
Wright hit the overhead, returned by Jardim. Oh, what a great dig there by Simone.
And then we're seeing a battle here.
Matt Wright off the net cord.
Oh, wow.
How about that reaction?
And wow, is this crowd excited. I see Simone signs over in the VIP area. That was just fantastic.
That was a terrific exchange.
That's as good as pickleball gets right there. And what a treat to be able to do this here in this venue on this night.
Time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech, let's go again.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com. Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Welcome back to Naples. Senior Pro men's doubles continues. Some big names on the court. Kennedy, Onsens, Granat, and Owen ready to put on a show. See Dan Granat bouncing the ball in the background. Both of these guys former tennis stars. Paul Olin right in front of him there, former U.S. Navy fighter pilot. Incredible credentials he brings here to Zing Zang Championship Court. Steve Kennedy on the left out of Fort Lauderdale, household name here. And then Jaime Onsens, the Brazilian, a former Olympian, 1992, played in Barcelona on the tennis court.
That is a lot of talent on one court, and I can tell you this is a 1-15 match, so this is on the backside of the draw, going to consolation. That's the best you can do here at the U.S. Open. And Granat and Olin are the 5 seed, and Kennedy and Onsens are the 8 seed. 5 and 8 seeds on the back draw.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a different pace of game compared to the last one, but still going to show that patience, moving the ball around, opening up holes.
So a lot of tennis experience on the court, Chad. Biggest, toughest transition for a tennis player to make to this game?
The biggest transition and the hardest transition is actually moving less on the pickleball court for a tennis player because they're so used to turning sideways. Obviously with pickleball, it's played with a lot more of an open stance. So typically we'll see those tennis players as soon as they get on the pickleball court when they're turning that body.
Well done by Kennedy.
1-0-1. Second serve.
And we got a lefty in Granat. Showing a lot of authority on that overhead.
He took charge on that one. The first 2 points, there was a little bit of miscommunication between Paul and Dan for that ball in the middle. And it just like right there, Dan didn't get the head of the paddle underneath the ball. It was kind of cocked up a little bit, probably dropped a little bit more than he was expecting it to.
Side out.
And Paul Olin, really known for his singles play, winning silver in the Senior Pro Singles on Sunday this week.
Yeah, the last time I played in the U.S. Open, I played against Paul before he went Senior Pro. And by the end of the day, I ended up in full body cramps. I was like, no more singles ever again. It is a very, very tough competition.
And Dan Granat playing in this event last year with Mircea Mararu. They got silver here.
Yeah, they played really, really well last year. Mircea's on the other side of the draw. We'll probably see them coming up here soon, playing with John Sperling. But Dan is sneaky, and a lot of it has to do with him being left-handed. A left-handed just has the advantage of giving a different look than what a lot of players are used to.
Side out. Two, 1. Football.
How about that shot? Did it go long though?
It was a foot fault.
Yeah, Crandall got called for a push-off right there, and that's a common fault that we see called on the attempt of that overhead.
3, 2, 1.
I think you'll see him push off with the right foot and then doesn't establish that second foot. And that's why it was called a foot fault.
Second serve.
Nice shot by Olin.
And certainly Our referee for this match, the one and only Marcia Fresso, longtime referee, has
3-2-2.
leadership roles within USA Pickleball. That football didn't get by her.
Good mix there.
Somehow, Dan Granot managed to get a paddle on 2 of those balls that were sped up, and a lot of times it just goes to show if we can get a paddle on that ball, there's a good chance of it going back
2-3-1.
And staying down. And then just a textbook top spin forehand roll to finish it off right through the middle. There's obviously, with 2 right-handers playing, there's always going to be a forehand backhand middle. And that's why a lot of times you'll see with Paul and Dan, they're stacking, because we're always going to keep that forehand in the middle with that coverage.
2-3-2.
Oh. Steve Kennedy doesn't get the point there, but it just seems like year after year he looks better and better. This guy never ages, Melissa.
No, he doesn't. And, they've got to have some pretty good training regimen. I mean, these days are long, and you got to have a lot of stamina.
Side out.
So Onson's to serve. Tied at 3.
3-3-1. Second server.
Once again, playing to 15 here.
Kennedy just tried to finesse that one over the net, open the face a little too much. One thing that all 4 of these players are doing exceptionally well right now is their transition forward. They're not getting caught rushing forward. Unfortunately, leaving a ball, Jaime leaving a ball up in the middle of that point. And once that ball's up and you've got time, it's very hard to predict which direction they're going to hit that put away. So we saw a little shake and bake from Owen and Granot right there. Probably a little bit of communication coming from Paul that he was going to drive that ball. You saw Dan take off early, and Paul drove it right into the body, and Dan was there to attack. Good defense.
Oh, tremendous gets. Oh, Granot did all he could. Doesn't win the point, but he wins the crowd.
Yeah, the people will certainly appreciate the effort, and they were given 110% on that one. And you know, he might get to that if he wasn't already just leaning one way. He might have actually gotten there before it got out of reach.
Yeah, Kennedy did a really smart thing there. He created more angle each time that he hit. So on that last ball, came on the side of it a little bit more, and it kicked toward the banners that we have there on the side of championship court.
5-3-2.
Looks like it just grazed the line.
Kennedy did a good job of handcuffing Owen right there, and the ball slid along his paddle. But I think the combination of wind and just a funky contact point enabled that ball to stay in, to drop in.
6-3-2.
Owen looked back this way and just kind of, he like, oh, gee.
I'll take it.
He'll take it. Worked out for me.
Got to go get it.
Wow.
How about that?
Are you kidding me? And the crowd is still appreciating this effort. Even a little more clap on that one, but what a fantastic get.
He's upset at himself after missing the tweener right here too. Sometimes you get a little excited when you go for the tweener and you have a tendency to overhit it.
Guys, who hits the best tweener right now in the game?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think the majority of the pro players can hit that right now. I've seen some really good ones from Johns. I've seen Yates has been doing it for years. I've seen some incredible ones from DeVilliers, from Tyler Loom. I think just about every pro player is able to hit that tweener now. It's the same as the Ernie has become real prominent now. ATPs are prominent. It's something that's just part of the game on the senior side now. I mean, on the pro side.
Side out.
Into the net from Kennedy.
I've got a pretty mean tweener myself.
Okay. Can't wait to see it.
I want to see that too, because your legs are about half the length of mine.
6-3-1.
Right down the middle from Kennedy. Melissa, can't wait to watch you play one day, and I will say, because it's the first time I've had a chance to work with you in the past year, we'll take another look at this winner from Kennedy, but another winner from you, a tournament named after you later on this year up in New York. Congratulations. That is big time stuff.
Thank you so much. It's a true honor. I can't wait to be at New York at the end of next month. There's 72 senior pros playing in an East-West Cup for the McCurley Cup, and I couldn't be more honored.
Got a special ring to it. Love it.
Seven 3-2.
7-3 here. Granada and Olin.
So Kennedy and Onsins came out of the stack for that point right there, putting Steve back on the left and Jaime on the right, just to give it a little bit of a different look. It seemed like a lot of the balls were being directed towards Steve. So by switching him that way, changed up the look for them.
That's long.
Second server.
I think Steve may have missed his spot by just a little bit. It looked like he was going more into the paddle side hip, armpit of Olin, and just missed it through the middle a little bit too much.
Pretty good exchange right there.
Yeah, and it was in. It looked like a little bit of a mishit, but just something, because we're getting some great tips from you, Chad. So one of the things that last ball just before here, Olin and Granat let it go by. What's the rule of thumb? If the ball's chest high, is it going to go long, or?
It used to be that way. I think there's a couple of things that you need to read now, as far as is it a heavy topspin ball, is it a flatter ball? But it is still a good rule of thumb that if that ball is kind of chest high, or if we take a ready position of the paddle hand being at belly button height and that ball's above the paddle, it's something that you can let go and be fairly safe that it's going to go out.
Taking a look at this shot right here. Was it in? Was it out?
Oh, well, it was definitely in. I was sitting from here, and I know I've got the greatest angle in all of pickleball right here. But I clearly saw it in.
Far court, opposite sideline. It looked in.
Ed, are you there? Or Derek? Okay.
So video replay, something that has been implemented into the sport over the last year, and I think rather successfully.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's something that just recently, just the last year, I think 6 months. You were probably there when it was implemented for the first time. Yeah, just under a year now, I recall. And so it has made a difference in the game. The players get a couple of those. There's some timeouts that get expended against them if they don't win their challenge. We can go through those video challenge rules in more depth because they're a little bit longer when we have a little more time.
Rules being
Testing,
long?
testing. Okay.
No.
Upon video review, the ball was on the line. It was in. That
See.
means a point.
They don't even know to go to video
And the
replay. They can just come ask us.
is 4-7-2.
Eagle Eye McCurley over on this side.
I'm sorry.
You are closer to court level than Drew and I are, so.
So it's going to be 8-3 here for Granat and Owen.
Side out
Trying
of
to figure out
7-3-1.
exactly
Here we go.
what happens after the point.
Well, I can say this because I'm a senior as well. They've probably forgotten.
15 seconds.
Easy to do.
Yes.
Oh, what a scene here in Naples. Still a little more than 3 days to go. Culminating with our championships on Saturday night. CBS Sports Network. Cannot wait for that.
I can't either. So I might as well just go ahead and tell you guys now it's also my birthday that day.
Wow, Saturday.
Yes, yes.
How about that for timing?
Yeah, I've spent more birthdays at the U.S. Open than anywhere else, and but I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. I promise you that.
Absolutely.
If you hadn't just given yourself away that you're a senior, I would have asked if you're turning 39 this year, but
thank you.
Too late.
You gentlemen are too kind.
Hit a ride by Kennedy.
That's 8-3-2. Timeout. Change ends, please.
So 8-3-2 and a timeout on the court here in Naples. Well played thus far. Steve Kennedy, Jaime Onsens, Dan Granat, Paul Olin on the other side. Step aside. We'll be back in a moment.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By DP Hue Hair Care Products, so you can go hard on the court, not on your hair. By Babolat Pickleball, join the rebellion. And by Fruit Smash Hard Seltzer. Say bye to basic seltzer.
Men's Senior Day here on Zing Zang Championship Court. Thanks for joining us on Pickleball Channel. Drew Felios, Melissa McCurley, Chad Edwards. In the far court, Dan Granat. He and Paul Olin right now leading. I think surprisingly, Kennedy and Onsens got to play uphill here.
Yeah, well,
Yes,
Granat and Olin are the 5 seed.
8-3-2.
We got Kennedy and Onsens as the 8 seed. So at least on paper, right, this is what we'd expect to be seeing. But it certainly feels a lot tighter than 8-3 right now.
Side out.
Feels like it might have gotten just a little bit cooler as well. Either that or a little breezier.
Well, I'm looking at the flags outside of championship court, and they seem to have picked up the pace that they're being blown around.
Point.
There was some of the anticipation that we talked about in the previous match. Jaime missed the ball up just a little bit, but anticipated that ball being attacked through the middle and was right there to get a good paddle on it.
Wow. Yeah, and they're getting a little pep talk from the crowd, Onsens and Kennedy, the Florida natives here. So they're kind of wanting to help get them into it a little bit more.
Yeah, that crowd certainly energizes here on Zing Zang Championship Court. You've seen players mostly take their games
5-8-1.
to the next level.
Yeah, it's the most electric court that you can find yourself stepping on, and these players feel it.
How about that shot from Kennedy? That was dirty.
So that's second time in a row that he put a ball behind Paul Olin. deep to the backhand pole, not quite moving his feet enough. The first one, Kennedy sped up through the middle. That one, Granat was expecting the speed up, but he rolled it cross court nicely.
Second server.
Second serve here, a little conversation. Kennedy and
appeal to me
Austin.
first. You appeal to me first. And then you do have a challenge, yes.
I believe. Try and challenge.
One challenge per team. They use their challenge.
So Marcia Fresso, the referee, is explaining there's one challenge per team.
You called the ball out. I saw the ball out.
All right, and they appealed to the referee. The ball was called out. They appealed to the referee, and the referee called the ball out. So as a result, no need to go to a video challenge.
6-8-2.
That's just a little bit wide. Guys, loaded question here. Is the game where it needs to be right now as far as overall line calls are concerned in major tournaments like this?
Well, I guess I'll take a stab at that one first. I think until you have the ability to take the human element out of line calls and have technology in play, just like they do in other sports, then I would say that no, the game isn't where it needs to be yet. I know there's people working on that, so you know we might just see that technology here at Zing Zang Championship Court one day in the future.
Yeah, it's definitely heading in the right direction. We've tried the line judges here on Championship Court, and again it's the
fault, incorrect receiver, point.
Oh,
wow!
So we have an incorrect receiver. Fault is called, and they know it right away too. And I know that's frustrating.
Yeah, I think they let the point before get to them where there's some miscommunication on that ball in the middle, and then they just lined up incorrectly.
Granat fighting his way off that end line. Kennedy now getting really involved.
Great communication and great movement by Granat, but it put them on their heels a bit and allowed Steve Kennedy to get in and really get aggressive on that point.
And he has the ability to play that aggressive game. Jaime is a little bit more on the patient side of it and the touch side of it, but I've definitely seen Steve with that power.
Wow. Oh, I see. That was one of the best inside-out forehands I've seen go across the court, and what a surprise. That was fantastic.
That's the lefty advantage right there. That's something that we don't always get a chance to look at, and he held that for a very, very long time, and then just switched sides of the ball with the contact, and that's how you change that direction. You actually, you know, if you're looking at going down the line, you're a little bit more on the inside part of the ball, through the middle, back part of it, and outside it to go cross court. So we switched to that outside part of the ball and flicked it back cross court.
On the run again. Onson's covering a lot of ground. Oh.
Excellent ball movement there by Owen and Granat. Moving the ball from sideline to sideline, throwing in the offensive lob.
And they've showed some great partner communication as well. A lot of times people don't just naturally do that, right? But they know that if one of them is in a better position to go get the shot, they're switching sides on the court and they're staying in that position.
Yeah, and that's where that the tennis background comes into play as well. There's a lot of switching sides and communication because obviously you're covering a larger area, but with the pickleball court being smaller, but the ball not bouncing as high, you still need that communication.
Wow. Kennedy whiffs at it.
I got to tell you, and all the credit to Dan Granat there. I mean, the man was on his heels when he was able to then lean forward and get that get.
He's hustling. He's hustling. He took a step backwards before he went forwards, and then came back and threw up the lob to buy himself some time. And I think it just held up in the wind a little longer. Or it is tough looking up into the canopy of championship court. It is very easy to lose that ball.
Yeah, you rarely see that from Mr. Kennedy. He just kind of smiled after it happened as we play on here in Naples.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Skechers. Experience comfort on the court with Skechers Pickleball. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at MargaritavilleResorts.com. And by Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore.
What a great scene here in Naples year after year. The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. And although we did play these championships in 2021, just a different buzz this year, Melissa, because COVID is further and further in the rearview mirror.
Further and further, and there's also a brand new welcome center that was built just ready just in time, and it is fantastic. There's a fan zone in the back. It's got great views around the Margaritaville pod, the Minto pod here at the U.S. Open. A lot of great energy, and certainly for us, for the referee operations and tournament operations, air-conditioned space. I tell my space is like the Pentagon in there. I'm like 2 doors back, you know, for people to get inside. But yeah, it's really changed the feel of the entire park. So kudos to the county, kudos to the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. They just continue to raise the bar every year. And there's more I can add to that, but I don't want to give it all in one segment.
Okay. We'll check back in with you.
Thank you.
12-7-1.
Kennedy and on Sins, a couple of quick unforced errors right there. They can't try to make up for the mistakes that they've already made.
That's how you come out of a timeout, though. Kennedy was upset with himself a minute ago, Chad, and he bounces back.
Yeah, and you see him step off outside of the court here and then stay on the side of the court, and that's legal. You can reach into the kitchen as long as you don't come across the net.
Goes over the kitchen into the pantry to take care of that one.
Yeah, and then he made sure he looked right into the camera and said, "That's for you, everybody at home."
And he is extra fired up. I think somebody poked the bear.
Yeah, they need to.
7-12-1.
They need to stay upright here. And keep on the good run that they've just had in the last 2 points. Score some points of their own.
Kennedy again, the initiator.
We saw Steve jump across the corner of the kitchen on that ball, floating up.
Second serve.
Can't lift it that time. Second serve, down by 4.
And that was a little bit of a change of pace by Granat right there. I think Kennedy was expecting that ball to come harder. It was a little bit slower down at the feet. Tough ball to get up and over the net.
Wow.
Another point.
I'd like to see on Sins and Kennedy stay in this positioning. Jaime's doing a good job of staying in that cross-court dink and then Steve is attacking that ball that comes down the line to him. Oh, got a little excited on that one.
Not too far away from his home of Fort Lauderdale. So now serve to Granat and Olin.
Second serve.
Paul Olin, the former U.S. Navy fighter pilot. I think he has been under some pressure before, Melissa.
I'm sure, and now he's just out here relaxing and having a good time playing pickleball. But certainly that experience, and you can just see the calm, cool, and he's always that way, at least any time that I've had the pleasure to be around him. It's just, and I'm sure it comes from that background. Pickleball's not life and death. I tell you, I was in the military myself for 8 years, and I tell people that, you know, pickleball's fun. It's not life and death.
Second server.
(12-9) playing to 15.
9-12-2.
Oh, beauty.
Side out.
Yeah, and that was a great job. I mean, the idea here, you really want to try to keep your opponents back, right? And so Paul was doing that. Those guys were coming in hoping to get something shorter, and he just pushed it right down the middle between the two of them.
Yeah, we saw Jaime when he started to come in there kind of go a little bit more directly forward instead of following the ball cross court. And I think with that angle that Paul created through the middle, Steve thought that Jaime would be there.
Going to make it 13-9 now. 2 points away for Granat and Olin.
(13-9-1).
A little too low, tough to get to.
Second server.
Yeah, and that's a good positioning.
Second server.
Or a good position for
13-9-2.
that ball to go when somebody's trying to transition forward. It makes it very, very difficult to stop and to grab that ball at the toes. A lot of players want to try to hit that ball deeper, but if you focus on going at the toes in that transition.
Point.
Now just 1 point away. Match point here. Olin will serve to put this one away. It's long.
Side out.
Good call. Heads up from Kennedy.
Nine 14-1. Second server. Nine 14-2.
Wow, I'm not really exactly sure what happened there. I mean, Dan's just looked like a delayed reaction.
He got caught kind of watching Olin and Onsins going back and forth cross court to each other. Paul changed directions, and Steve Kennedy came up at Granat's chin, and hard to catch up on a ball that's coming up like that.
Tough break for Onsins, and now another couple of match points for Granat and Olin.
14-10-1. Second serve.
Cannot put it away.
Yeah, Dan Granat got caught with his feet still moving. I think he was looking for a ball to sit up a little bit more. The ball got down and kind of rushed through that roll.
I got it.
And it's in.
That's it.
How about that to end it for Granat and Olin? Well done.
Owen and Granat.
And what a tight match. I mean, it was an enjoyable match. The crowd just starting to get into it. And we saw this come through a couple other times on this last point that we're watching here, where they're going to be able to just kind of stay patient here till they get the shot that they want. And then Paul's going to be able to push it, as we'll see here at the very end, down to the middle.
Yeah, it was a good misdirection from Olin. He set that ball up really well.
So well done again, Granat and Olin, winners here on Sing Sang Championship Court.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Working out doesn't have to be this complicated. That's why I make walking my workout with Skechers' new Workout Walker. They're loaded with performance and comfort technology, including a carbon-infused plate to add more spring to your step. They're ready for your ultimate walking workout. Just put them on and walk. You guys tired already? I'm still walking. Try Skechers' new Workout Walker. It'd be a lot easier if you just rolled.
Time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
It took about 30 days for the event to fill up in its inaugural year. From 30 days down to 3 hours, it shows you how popular this event has become.
This moment to be on this final Saturday at Naples, so it's been great. There's just no words to describe, you know, the feeling of just what just happened.
There's nothing like the energy you get when you come into this park and everything starts humming throughout the day.
The enthusiasm here is like nothing else.
better stage in pickleball than this court. This is my favorite place, as you know, on earth to play. The energy, the electricity around here is second to none.
You came here last year for the U.S. Open. You fell in love with the area.
I love this place. It is a beautiful, wonderful place to be.
For me, it's the best tournament of the year. The atmosphere, the people, they're dancing, the music's going, they're having fun. This is what we play for. This is it.
The boss just asked me to go golfing with him.
He did?
Yes.
Do you even have clubs?
No, but I can buy some.
Hold up. What site is that?
Charles Barkley?
They don't know golf. You gotta go where they get sports. Dix.com.
Dix.com. I didn't think of them.
They got everything you need.
Wait, are you our neighbor?
No, just looking for my ball.
Found it.
Water gets me every time. Every search starts at Dix.
Stay, play, and dine in Margaritaville. Escape while enjoying Margaritaville's signature casual luxury, fun, and laid-back hospitality. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com. Margaritaville, it's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Men's Senior Pro Doubles continues at this U.S. Open. Weinbach, Gingrich, Crandall, and DeRisi about to take center stage. Mr. Weinbach, one of the biggest names in the game. He's a legend. Table tennis sensation. He's transformed it into this great game of pickleball. And everywhere you go, people are talking about Dave Weinbach. He is that kind of guy. Dane Gingrich, on the other hand, I think overall, pound for pound, may be the best senior in the game.
Yeah, I guess that would be, arguably you could say that. He and Dave teaming up together definitely make them the most fierce competitors in senior men's doubles.
Yeah, they're certainly going to be a handful, but on the other side in this semifinal, Scott Crandall out of Los Angeles, very, very talented player. Had a chance to listen to him commentate earlier this week in the booth. And Jose DeRisi, part of that Rochester pickleball community, Chad. These two are certainly fun to watch.
Yeah, and we got a chance to watch them partner together last year at the U.S. Open, playing against Weinbach and Mills Miller. And you've definitely got two of the more fiery players with Crandall and DeRisi partnering together. So I would say we're going to see some hands battles in this one. It should be some pretty electric pickleball.
Yeah, and DeRisi and Crandall getting the bronze medal last year here in the men's doubles senior pro. Dave Weinbach and Mills Miller missing the medal stand last year, but Dave Weinbach certainly no stranger to the medals here. In fact, he and Kyle Yates won the first 2 years of the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, partnering in the men's pro doubles, not senior doubles. And, you know, certainly Kyle Yates went on to win this event 4 years in a row.
Jose DeRisi definitely
15
likes to get the
seconds.
crowd on his side. Got a lot of flair in his game. Crandall is steady as he goes. Very consistent player.
Yeah, this should be an excellent match. This is a semifinal match. The winner here advances on to the gold medal match, which we'll see later right here on Zing Zang Championship Court.
Chad, the matchup you're most looking forward to seeing when these four guys square off?
Right, gentlemen. Game on. Time in 0-0-2.
Really want to see the hands battle between Crandall and Weinbach in this one. They've both got really fast hands. I think Weinbach might be one of the guys that potentially has the biggest swing but the fastest hands. You talk about anticipation early. His anticipation is off the charts.
All right, gentlemen, here we go.
And then Dan Gingrich is probably, I think every time I hop on Facebook, he's training, he's practicing, he's working on something.
Point.
Yeah, and this, Chad, we were looking at this a little bit earlier. These 3 of the top 10 senior pro ranked men are playing on this court, and DeRisi's ranked number 9. Seedings for this tournament, Weinbach and Gingrich, number 1 seeds, Crandall and DeRisi, number 4.
Wow. Get the feeling this, even though it's a semifinal, could have the feel of a championship.
Absolutely. You know, you get down to these semifinal matches, any one of them, you know, could go any way to advance on to become a champion. Of course, here at the U.S. Open, if you lose, you do not get that opportunity to come back. You truly have to prove that you are the best on this particular day.
We saw a little bit of the hands battle in the last point. But that was a very good inside out from Dan Gingrich right there. Again, the way that you hit that misdirection or that change, you have to hold your paddle in that position, make it look like you're going back cross court, and that's a last minute switch with a wrist roll.
Oh, winner.
Yeah, and Dave's pretty proud of it.
Looked like he was just a little bit ahead of the ball.
1-0-1.
And it came out being a perfect angle.
Wide from Crandall.
Point.
So a lot of people will make the comment as to why these long dink rallies. It's respect.
2-0-1.
It's respect for the hands of the other players. They understand and they know that speeding a ball up isn't always going to be beneficial, and that they can get a paddle on a lot of the balls, and you'll actually see it as the skill level goes up, the game slows down.
Oh. Second server. We're at 2-0-2. No, sir? No, sir. Yes. 2-0-2.
Yeah, and they're like, nothing's going to get through the middle that time.
No. That was the anticipation, and Gingrich actually has a two-handed backhand right there. So
3-0-2.
He's able to bring a lot of balls from behind him with power. And that's one of the advantages of the two-handed backhand. You can let a ball get a little bit deeper compared to a one-handed.
Easy pickings.
Yeah, and one thing you can see, and this is something that is not always well, I guess, complimented in pickleball, but Dave Weinbach, Dan Gingrich, giving each other kudos, if you will, for setting the others up.
Good start for Weinbach and Gingrich here in the semifinal.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. By Zing Zang, America's favorite Bloody Mary mix. By Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. And by the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 15th to 22nd, 2023.
got Crandall and Jose DeRisi going to the timeout, hoping that gives them a little bit of a momentum boost here, and that often is the best weapon you can use in this game.
Yeah, definitely so. I just kind of talked about it's really a chemistry and energy, a synergy that Dave Weinbach and Dane Gingrich have, and you don't want to let that get even stronger and stronger if you're an opponent on the other side. They have excellent player communication. They are very well-seasoned senior pro veterans, and you know they're just pumping each other up. And yeah, I would have called a timeout too.
4-0-2.
Gingrich to serve.
Typically, that's a good time to call a timeout when it's a 3 or a 4-point run. You just need to change momentum,
0-4-1.
change strategy.
And you can't take them home with you. And just right there, that just kind of slowed it down a little bit. Missed serve, side out.
Oh,
second serve.
A little stare, too, from Dane Gingrich. You mentioned, Chad, this guy takes mental preparation to a totally new level, doesn't he?
Yeah, that he does. I mean, he's taken the approach for this game of mental toughness, and that's something that is definitely overlooked a lot of the time, because this is a game that's very, very streaky. You can score 4 or 5 points in a row, and you can give up 5 or 6 back in the very next exchange. So to have that toughness of the mind as well as the body is very, very important.
That one goes a little bit wide, but Gingrich, I saw the Facebook page the other day, and he said, "I'm in the airport waiting for my plane to Naples, and I'm just envisioning pickleball and strategizing what I'm going to do." Melissa, I was like, whoa.
Well, I guess you got to do something on a cross-country flight, so might as well be that.
That's actually something that I used to do a lot of with baseball, with D1 athletics, and a lot of our D1 athletes.
3-4-2.
Visualizing your outcome, visualizing your play. A lot of people do it when they have an injury and they can't get out and do it. Visualizing it actually builds muscle memory. So it's something that you don't always think about, but once you've played enough, you can go back and you run through points and you figure out, okay, I hit the ball this way, I'll run through it. Now I'm going to visualize that same thing, but I'm going to change my direction on this one, and then I visualize a different scenario. So that also helps you to anticipate all the different scenarios and outcomes off of a ball that you've hit.
Second server.
Gingrich went for the cross-court roll right there, and looked like he rushed it a little bit, cut his swing off trying to get it over there faster. So DeRisi and Crandall couldn't react, ended up missing it in the net.
Point.
Yeah, and they really needed that point right there, because coming in from the timeout, it was what, 4-1, and now it's 4-3. So maybe this point will get them the momentum back that they lost after that timeout.
Point.
Everywhere Dave Weinbach seems to go, that red hat goes with him.
We don't even need to start talking about Weinbach's wardrobe. Okay, I can't.
I don't know if that Badger hat is the same one that he wore in 2016 when he was down here.
Point.
Definitely looks like it can walk off the court by itself, though.
It's been a few places for sure.
Timeout receiving team.
Yeah, another timeout here for Crandall and DeRisi. So Crandall, DeRisi get 3 after the timeout, but now Weinbach and Gingrich starting to pull away once again.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by DecoTurf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By PaddleTech, official paddle of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By ilovepickles.org, a place to celebrate all things pickled. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
That Wisconsin Badger hat got a little bit of dirt on it, but just like fine wine, that thing just gets better looking with age.
Yeah, like I said, I really don't want to get into Dave Weinbach and his choice of attire and how old it is, and okay, and how color coordinated it is. Oh, gotta love him though.
He is consistent though. He's I think those shorts are from 2018 as well.
Yeah, they're from a long time ago. I don't remember any of the other PaddleTech guys still wearing those, but maybe there's some superstition here we just don't know.
There's always superstition.
4-point lead. Best 2 out of 3 here in the semifinals. And is that in? Oh, that is very close.
All right, and he's going to do an
Might
appeal.
call it challenge.
Yeah, so he has appealed to the referee. The referee just called it in, and now the other team's going to challenge.
There's a video challenge by Derisi.
So, Drew, do you want to start going through these video challenge, kind of
Crandall.
how those are being managed?
May as well. These teams have one challenge per game, regardless of the outcome of the call. That's a tough one to judge. So
I think Weinbach might be in the way.
But challenging team must have a timeout available in order to call a challenge. Then once the challenge requested, the referee makes the announcement that we have a challenge, which she just did. So instant replay coming into play here in men's senior pro doubles. And I don't believe we have a timeout here, do we? To where we can actually put the challenge into effect. It's Weinbach and Gingrich challenging.
No, it's actually Crandall and Derisi,
Okay.
and Crandall and Derisi have used 2 timeouts. So technically, there should not be a challenge available.
That's a tough angle from right there, but it looks like it gets between that white line. You see how the fluorescent covers the white. So from that vantage point, it looks like it's in.
Yeah, and I know I just didn't have the same clear view that I had the last time there was a video challenge. So I'm just not sure here, and it's too far away even in the video replay for us here to be able to see what it might be.
It's hidden behind the net cord. It's hidden behind.
Video review, the call is in.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
So the
there you have
score.
The ball has been called in.
So Derisi and Crandall lose 1 timeout.
They didn't have any timeouts though.
You're at 8. Correct, sir? Okay, I'm just gonna. Okay. All right, here we go. 8-3-2.
So we get that sorted out.
Side out.
Yeah, it went out, and I think Dave Weinberg was hoping that it caught Derisi. I think he actually may have just asked him, but it didn't, and the ball goes long.
Yeah, Gingrich right there is telling himself to wait. He created enough time and separation away from the ball with that drop back, but just went a little too big with the swing. Potentially the ball was a little too deep to try and attack that ball through the middle.
3-8-2.
Wow, look at that. So, you know, that's quite some vision to be able to see someone, because that was a delayed move by Crandall.
Yeah, he left a little too soon. So when you're making that move, you've almost got to wait. You got to wait for two things: either one, for the head to drop, where the player can no longer see you move, where Dave's head was still up a little bit, or you've got to wait for the ball to get onto the paddle. If you leave before it gets there, these guys have the ability to do that misdirect or the change of direction.
Point.
Very close that time, but called out by Weinbach, so it makes it 9-3.
9-3-1.
Sped up. Derisi has the final say. These guys starting to get more and more into this match as it goes along.
I was just about to say, you saw Derisi with the fist pump toward Weinbach. You know, typically that can cause a little bit of animosity between players when it's done directed at the opponent. But I think all four of these guys on the court are ones to get fired up anyway. They don't need a whole lot of help from either side to get fired up.
And that's game one.
So 11-3. Weinbach and Gingrich. Strong start and even a better finish when it challenges well. And our first game in the books here in the Senior Pro Doubles semifinal.
And we're going to look at this last point again. This is going to be our game point. Just kind of patiently dinking, looking for that opening. And then up it went. You know, he had an opportunity for that, but it just went into the net on him.
Senior Pro men's doubles going to game 2 after this.
The boss just asked me to go golfing with him.
He did?
Yes.
Do you even have clubs?
No, but I can buy some.
Hold up. What site is that?
Charles Barkley?
They don't know golf. You gotta go where they get sports. Dix.com.
Dix.com. I didn't think of them.
They got everything you need.
Wait, are you our neighbor?
No, just looking for my ball.
Found it.
Water gets me every time. Every search starts at Dick.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Welcome back to Naples. Weinbach and Gingrich take game 1. Now on to game 2. Crandall and Derisi have to win here to keep their hopes alive.
Very nice. And, you know, Chad, if you're Crandall and Derisi, I mean, what are you just went down 11-3. What are you talking about, looking at what you got to do different to try to beat these guys in game 2?
Well, I think they have to do a lot of what they did right there is move the ball around the court more, and keep That's a tough one with the net cord, but they have to keep Gingrich and Weinbach off balance somehow. Draw them into the middle, push them out wide, keep moving them around. Don't give them those balls that they're able to get sped up at them. And don't pull the trigger too fast, because Weinbach and Gingrich are sitting, waiting, and prepared for that faster ball.
See so many as that goes long from Dave Weinbach. So many threats of that Ernie. Is it a lot of eye candy, Chad, or is it really trying to just keep the opponents honest?
So a lot of it is to keep the opponents honest. But when they're moving like that, it's also taking away the highest percentage shot. So in that situation, when DeRisi or Crandall are pulled out wide, the easiest shot and the one that'll keep them in the point is to go down the line there. But if Weinbach moves and threatens that Ernie, then it makes them change their mind on their shot, which will force an error, or pushing it back into an area that probably isn't the most advantageous.
A little bit short here from DeRisi.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like Chad and Drew that both teams have decided, you know what, let's just stay patient, because going into the second game, we're still just at 1-0 right now, and both teams have just been, you know, dinking, looking to create that shot that they can then put away.
Yeah, I think you know, we don't have a stat sheet in front of us, but I would say that Crandall and DeRisi's unforced error count was way up there for game one. So already we're seeing staying in the point longer, but a lot of the times it is more difficult to play that slower game and to keep the ball down, because you have to really think about tempo and speed, and if you rush it too much, the ball pops up, or if you don't hit it enough, the ball goes into the net. So it is tough to play this slower style.
Nicely done by Crandall, all over it.
And that was a much better job of choosing the right ball to speed up. It was a ball in the middle that DeRisi was potentially going to push out wide to Weinbach, but Crandall stepped in with the forehand and rolled it into his body. So within itself, there's a misdirection that allowed them to get that speed up, and then the next ball popped up.
A little bit long. Crandall thought it maybe grazed the line.
And that's a case where you put a really good swing on the ball, but you catch a ball that's kind of level with the body, so it's a little bit more linear, goes a little deeper. If you can take that ball a fraction earlier, you're able to hit down on it.
Point. Not even close. DeRisi reaffirms that call.
Yes, sir. 2-0-2.
Oh,
side out.
Nearly pulled it off.
Another good change of direction by Gingrich, but we saw Crandall rush with that cross-court dink. And again, if the tempo's too quick with an open face, because these guys are hitting with open face to create spin, if our tempo's too quick, that ball's going to float.
There's a winner.
Second serve.
And a fist pump to go with
And
it.
a big let's go. You got the rollers out.
0-2-2. Second serve.
I'd say they're getting into it.
I would say they're really into it.
Oh, ATP attempt from Weinbach eventually does its job. First real ATP we've seen, guys.
Yeah, it is. And they're always exciting to see.
Yeah, and Crandall does a really good job of defending that. And the way to defend the ATP is not to try to go parallel with the kitchen and get out there. You actually have to angle back deeper to be able, one, give yourself some time, but two, to be able to get the angle that's hit by that ATP, because a lot of the times you're going for deeper corner compared to something close to the kitchen line.
Another example of the quick hands by Dave Weinbach.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's part of that anticipation, potential visualization that Dave sped the ball up down the line and had already read or anticipated that off of that ball it was going to come back to his backhand. So you saw him hit a forehand into the body, comes back cross court into his backhand, and he was there to put it away.
Side out.
Side out back to Crandall and Derisi. Chad, I'm going to give you 3 tools to choose from. Lightning quick hands for defense, pinpoint shot making, or great speed. Which tool do you take first?
I will take pinpoint accuracy first. If I can put a ball anywhere that I want to put a ball, that's going to open up a lot of opportunities for me. Secondly, I'll take fast hands. I mean, fast hands will get you out of a lot of trouble, and the same with the speed. But I think the accuracy and the ability to control the ball, either keep it down, move it around. Again, pickleball is more a game of who has fewer unforced errors than who has more winners. So the control aspect of it is something that takes a long time to develop, and it's something that we're all still trying to develop. And a lot of people will ask the question, well, how valuable is drilling? The only way that you can recognize tendencies or scenarios or situations or work on that control is to get out there and drill. Majority of people will go and play 5 days a week. They'll play 2 to 3 hours. So they'll, let's say they play 10 hours and their drilling consists of maybe a 5-minute warm-up. So when you're trying to do things or develop habits, you can't do it from gameplay because it's always switching. The way to develop the muscle memory, to the control, is to do things over and over and over again, and that's what you get from drilling.
Point.
Another Weinbach winner, and it's a 4-3 lead now.
4-3-1.
Dave and Dane won game 1.
Let's go.
Derisi has another. There's some fire right now down on that court, guys. That is a Lucy Kovalova, let's go.
Not today.
Yes, not today. That's tough. I mean, you're just in the moment there. It's kind of a reaction. But, I mean, the ball hits the net. It's certainly going to go in. It's just like, ah.
Yeah, and it's a hard thing to react to once that ball hits the net. You're only 14 feet away, 7 feet away from the net. And when a ball changes direction that quickly, it's hard to catch up on.
Second server.
So again, Crandall set that up extremely well with the offensive lob, and then we see that bigger backswing. And typically when you do put a good swing on it, like I said earlier, you're either hitting deep or you're hitting right on the top of the net cord. We're taking that ball a little too deep. We're not getting the downward angle. We're getting more of a linear angle, and you're either floating with the baseline or floating with the net.
These guys really going at it.
There's Dave with the fast hands to finish it off again, but these guys are doing such a great job of moving the ball around the court. It's control, and then quick change of pace, and then boom, 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 boom. If it's not finished like it was right there, then we go back to that dinking. And that's a lot more of what we're seeing with pickleball now compared to 3-4 years ago.
Weinbach will put it away. You know, when you really think about it, pickleball, very similar to boxing. Jab, 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 then flurry, flurry, a couple haymakers, and now you're back reset, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's a continuation of combinations. You know, soft, soft, fast, and then it might be fast, fast, soft. So that's a good way to look at the game and develop rhythm.
Yeah, Weinbach and Gingrich getting the better of those combinations thus far.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By DP Hue Hair Care Products, so you can go hard on the court, not on your hair. By Battle at Pickleball, join the rebellion. And by Fruit Smash Hard Seltzer. Say bye to basic seltzer.
Absolutely thrilled to have you with us on Pickleball Channel. We are camped out here until Saturday night when we go live on CBS Sports Network. Drew Felios, Melissa McCurley, Chad Edwards, and our incredible crew inside the truck bringing you these Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. DeRisi and Crandall right there trying to come back against Weinbach and Gingrich here in Game 2.
And they are definitely playing very strong in this particular match.
Second server.
DeRisi, part of that Rochester, New York pickleball fraternity, one that includes the great Rob Cassidy. Had a chance to see him earlier today, and he has found a nice little spot here in Naples, hasn't he, Melissa?
Oh, he definitely has. I know he's really enjoying his spot here in Naples, and you know, he's done really well on the player side and the pro side. He's really stepped up his game. So I actually see him sitting in the crowd, almost right adjacent to me in his green pickle shirt. So certainly a favorite here in the Naples area, and certainly a favorite on the Pro Tour.
Another great combination as these two teams continue to battle.
That was a really good hands battle right there from Gingrich and DeRisi. The reason why DeRisi came away with that one is he finally changed direction and went to the other side, to the forehand side of Gingrich's body while he was sitting on the backhand.
Weinbach pumped up.
Yeah, and the crowd's getting pumped up too. There was actually just a chant going on, and there's Rob Cassidy right there next to Michelle Esquivel, who's also here at Naples Pickleball Center, where they're giving instruction to many players playing in this tournament as well.
Just shows you how big the sport is. You're hiring resident pros to spread the love of the game as Weinbach jammed that time.
Yeah, and he was cheering him on just there. Rob Cassidy was, and been around the game a really long time.
Gingrich chasing it down. DeRisi, chance to pump his fist.
Timeout receiving team scores 5-6-2.
So timeout here as Weinbach and Gingrich can sense Crandall and DeRisi starting to step up their game here. And we'll step aside from Naples.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Skechers. Experience comfort on the court with Skechers Pickleball. by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com. And by Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore.
Rob Cassidy taking in the action here at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Great broadcaster as well. I had a chance to work with him on numerous occasions. Crandall and Derisi in the near court, trying to stage a big-time comeback here, getting the crowd on their side as well.
Oh yeah, and you can start to feel the energy build, and that energy will continue to build as we start to lead into the big weekend. You know, more of the pros are starting to filter in as we look to get into the men's and women's pros doubles and mixed doubles coming in on Friday and Saturday.
Side out.
For our big Dick's Sporting Goods Championship Saturday.
6-5-1.
Effective timeout for Weinbach and Gingrich. That's long.
Second server.
One more. I would take this game back.
How big of a shock would it be if Crandall and Derisi somehow find a way to come back?
Well, at this level, again, the top 3 of the 4 ranked players, you have the number 1 seed and the number 4 seed here. It really could go either way. I mean, on paper, certainly Dave Weinbach and Dane Gingrich should win this match, but these are 4 fierce competitors, and it can go any way on any given day.
Time.
And Scott Crandall's going to say, calling it his bad. He felt he put his partner in the position to get tagged with that ball.
Well, I'd actually like to see them do that more. Gingrich sits on his backhand a lot. Unfortunately, Derisi just couldn't get out of the way of the forehand there, but I'd like to see them come across Gingrich's body, especially when he's on the right-hand side.
Robin Michelle getting into it.
Yeah, they're doing actual chant.
Oh, winner.
Yeah, another fist pump, that's for sure. He just really loved the excitement and energy coming from all 4 players.
I think we've set a record, guys, for fist pumps. A little momentum here, Melissa.
Definitely so. So now we're sitting at 7-7, you know. So I think these guys have kind of figured it out. They've settled in.
Yeah, they're starting to read tendencies more as well. We saw that ball float to Gingrich's backhand, and Crandall just sat on the backhand himself, knowing that ball was going to come down the line.
There's another.
Yeah, and I guess this is going to be the first lead for these 2 of the match.
We saw Gingrich not come back toward the middle on that one. Derisi read it extremely well, held it, making it look like he was going to go back cross court and sped the ball up through the middle.
Derisi. Weinbach somehow gets it back over. May have gotten a piece of his hand too that time.
And he's confirming it.
And that's actually good. So the hand or anything on the paddle hand below the wrist is good.
Too much Gingrich.
Yeah, too much. And, you know, again, they were staying patient. Got the attackable ball, got it up high, and then he was just able to put it away. But, I mean, really, we're seeing a lot of textbook
9-7-2.
execution on playing pickleball for this match.
Yeah, that may have been one of the points where DeRisi stayed in that dink a little too long. Potentially sensed that he was going to speed a ball up soon and then decided to stay in it.
No.
Misfired.
I guess he decided he wasn't going to stay in it as long this time. Huh?
Yeah, I'm trying to read his body. He's hitting a lot. DeRisi's staying a lot in the cross-court dink right here. So a typical tendency to see is you see somebody's body start to tense up before they speed it up because they're trying to generate the power without getting big. So when you start getting into that, do I speed it up now? No, I'll stay now. No. So then you start playing with your own mind as far as staying in that dink, and you end up floating a ball a lot of the time. Or you pull the trigger too soon.
DeRisi and Crandall continue to simply hit first here in these exchanges.
And I think that's a play style that's going to work for them. But obviously you have to sell that point. It's not just go in guns blazing. You've got to move that ball around, kind of watch for your opponents to get back on the heels or for a paddle to drop, and then that's the time to speed it up.
I guess Dave's. I guess he's asking if he gets 2 points if he catches it. You know, I guess he just needs another paddle in his hand.
That these guys understand it's not just about playing. A little bit of entertainment value there also, Melissa.
Yeah, what we talked about earlier. This game is supposed to be fun as well. They're playing at a pro level. There is sizable prize money at stake, but it's a good time.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. By Zing Zang, America's favorite Bloody Mary mix. By Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. And by the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 15th to 22nd, 2023.
Chance to get hydrated here. Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Franklin X40, the official ball of these championships. Melissa, we talked a lot about last year, how it was kind of the story. In a lot of ways, players have certainly gotten used to it.
Oh, yeah, they have. And so it really hasn't been a story, you know, this year. So, you know, players know that this is the ball that's going to be used at the U.S. Open. So not much different than if you were playing other sports that play on other surfaces, right? So grass surfaces, clay surfaces, hard court surfaces. You know, you got to make the adjustments you got to make.
Game point here. Crandall and DeRisi, they're going to have to wait.
Ten, 7-2.
Andrew, you talk about some of the things that were the same from last year, certainly with Franklin X40 ball being back this year, but some of the things that are new this year, right? You know, the big welcome center, the new VIP dock that's just behind us, nice and air conditioned, the Skechers Pro Club Lounge. Wow, what a space that is, with snacks and lockers and couches and sofas and television streaming what we're watching here today. So just a lot of extras here at the U.S. Open this year that make it just even that much more special.
We've seen some incredible points between these teams. And DeRisi and Weinbach jawing just a little bit.
Yeah, you can feel the intensity. It's, you know, he's just like, you know, hey, yeah, out. I mean, it's just maybe that's a little too much.
Well, I think, you know, it started off with DeRisi giving some fist bumps in Weinbach's direction. And then Weinbach throwing some back at DeRisi, and then it's going back and forth. And I think that's what we're going to see for the rest of this match. We're going to see, Weinbach's not one to be quiet or to back down, and neither is DeRisi.
9-10-1.
Part of the mental strategy too, right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. If you let somebody get under your skin, it's all but over, because that's all you're thinking about. You want to better them, and you forget about playing your game.
Oh, tough one. That brings it even now, 10 apiece.
Yeah, and you can really, I mean, they're going to call a timeout, and that's exactly what I would do here too. I mean, it's 10-10. You've had some momentum going your way. Call a timeout, regroup, see if we can get this game.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by DecoTurf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By PaddleTech, official paddle of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By ilovepickles.org, a place to celebrate all things pickle. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Crowd absolutely loving it here. Salute to freedom. As we're watching a tremendous match, Weinbach and Gingrich taking on Crandall and DeRisi. American flags all over this complex. Get a little patriotic, Melissa, when you pull into the park.
Oh yeah, and the flags are all the way down Thomason Drive, right? So I mean, you get that patriotic feel, and it's just kind of a build-up, you know, kind of like this event building up into Saturday night.
And a great representation internationally here as well.
It certainly is, and I had the pleasure of meeting 7 Australians that are here and competing. One of them, and also the para pickleball, and some of them have been on the medal stand already. And so, speaking of Australians, I know Chad met some of them as well. He's our Australian in the booth.
Yep. It was. I met them on Sunday. It was 2 Australians on Simone's side. Myself and Morgan Evans, and we both said to the Australian crew that we had to cheer against them, which normally we wouldn't.
So a point away now for Weinbach and Gingrich. 11-10 serving for the match. That's wide.
Second server. Let's go. 11-10-2.
Oh, can't lift it. DeRisi denied, and Weinbach and Gingrich. They go at it with Crandall and DeRisi. A little bit of chippiness throughout the match, but you see here tremendous sportsmanship from both sides.
Yeah, and absolutely. And what a well-played match. I mean, that's as tight of a game there in the second game that you get 12-10. It just came down to another unforced error, which there were fewer in that game, that made the difference for Dane and Gingrich and Dave Weinbach.
Yeah, and Weinbach and Gingrich kind of kept their foot on the throttle the whole game. They allowed Crandall and DeRisi back into game 2, but they continued with the pressure. You know, it was consistent all the way through.
Another match in the books. We'll come back to Naples. Get you ready for our next match after this.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit margaritavilleresorts.com.
Working out doesn't have to be this complicated. That's why I make walking my workout with Skechers' new Workout Walker. They're loaded with performance and comfort technology, including a carbon-infused plate to add more spring to your step. They're ready for your ultimate walking workout. Just put them on and walk. You guys tired already? I'm still walking. Try Skechers' new Workout Walker. It'd be a lot easier if you just rolled.
Time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
Hey everybody, it's Rusty with Pickleball Channel, and I am thrilled to be back.
Pickleball Championships Women's Doubles.
Well, look at this. New Zing Zang ready-to-drink cocktails. The legendary taste of America's #1 Bloody Mary mix. Crafted with 7 vegetable juices, bold spices, Worcestershire, and vodka. The legendary Zing Zang Margarita, all natural key lime, grapefruit, 100% blue agave, tequila included. Introducing new Zing Zang ready-to-drink cocktails. Legendary drinks, ready to enjoy anywhere. Are you ready?
Catcher's gear still missing? I checked lost and found, but only found Jared. So how we gonna fix this?
Oh, man, you gotta go where they get sports.
Charles Barkley.
Dix.com.
Dix.com, but we need it today.
Oh, they got curbside pickup. Be ready in under an hour.
Hey, I got it right here. Oh, that's perfect. Back. That's not it.
That's my glam bag for the money maker. I bedazzle that myself. Every search starts at Dix. Getting ready for our next match, Widskin and Moore taking on Sperling and Morario here in men's senior pro doubles. Our bracket looks like this. Weinbach and Gingrich now await the winner to play for a championship. So this semifinal number 2. And again, 2 tremendous teams ready to square off.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this one. You know, Scott Moore, a Triple Crown winner here. I mean, certainly, I guess we're going to start with John Sperling. I mean, he is out of Florida. You know, had a good showing here in mixed split age yesterday. Certainly one of the strongest men on the Pro Player Tour.
Yep, Mircea Morariu, the doctor, born in Romania, continues to develop and grow. Playing this game, you hear his name all over the place nowadays. Really, really taking it to the next level. On the other side, Rick Widskin, Zionsville, Indiana. That's right outside of Indianapolis. One of 7 siblings. Loves the indoor pickleball game. And Scott Moore, straight legend in this game. Seems like we see him on this court every single year.
Oh yeah, he definitely, you know, I said Triple Crown winner. He's ranked number 7 in the world for men's doubles, senior pro men. And he loves to be on this stage here at the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Also one of the more emotional players. Got that big lefty overhand swing. Seems like he can reach the top of the blue roof that we have here above Zing Zang Championship Court.
Yeah, he's, you know, and he's one of the top is in the way of conditioning as well. He has a very regimented, you know, program to keep himself in the top physical condition. You know, he'll tell you, you know, at age 60, it's critical, you know, for him to continue to play at this high of a level.
Joanna Corker is our official. If you're just joining us, welcome. Day 4 of these championships. Midweek, players have settled in. Really seeing some tremendous points here thus far.
Yeah, it's been I mean, this is day 4, right? So we've seen a lot of great action here on the Zing Zang Championship courts. We had singles action on Sunday. We had men's and women's age doubles and men's and women's split age doubles here on Monday. We had the mixed age and mixed split age doubles yesterday. And then here we are with men's senior pro doubles today.
My first day, Melissa, as you take a look at Michelle Esquivel there. You know what I can't wait to see? Margaritas.
Well, you can't get a better margarita anywhere than you can get right here inside the Margaritaville VIP License to Chill Lounge.
Yeah, that is some spot right there. If you want to experience something in a sporting event, That's, again, a very tough ticket to get, right, year after year.
Year after year. There's a waiting list for it, right? So you talk about legends of the game. I mean, it's, you know, that VIP lounge where you get your license to chill by Margaritaville is also a legend in its own right.
That and the gold boxes. I mean, they've expanded the gold boxes since the first year, and everybody that's gotten a gold box has never given it up.
They've never given it up. You're right.
And nobody gives up their VIP either.
Underway here. Marario serves.
Side out.
Scott Moore, side out.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of reach, Scott Moore does. You know, you would think he's about 6'5" with the reach that he has, but he's just a perfectionist at leaning in and being able to get a lot of power off the ball.
And size definitely is an advantage in this game, especially up at the kitchen. If you can reach in and take balls out of the air and cut down on the reaction time of your opponent is definitely a big advantage.
John Sperling right there.
1-0-1. Second server.
Oh, that just kind of went long. It looked like it kind of got away from him on his toss when he went to serve.
He actually used a little bit of a spin, a little more of a spin toss on that one with a click of the fingers to add the spin to the ball. The wind has changed direction in here, actually. It's now, I got to figure out, what are we facing south right now? It's blowing north-south. It was blowing from the south earlier.
Point.
Scott Moore comes out swinging, 2-0 lead.
He's Scott Moore playing with Rick Witskin out of Indianapolis, Indiana. Very strong player, number 5 in the world for
2-0-2
senior pro doubles.
There's Moore with another. We talk about sometimes, Melissa, Hall of Famers. What does it take to get inducted into the Pickleball Hall of Fame? Where is it? Educate us here.
Yeah, well, it's down in Austin, Texas, and you know, it requires, they have 2 different kinds. They have contributors of the game, and they also have players of the game. So from a players of the game perspective, you know, it's certainly played at a high level, and lots of national championships, U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, over a sustained period of time. Contributors, people that have had a significant impact on the growth of the game for pickleball will come into the contributors category, and that is something that's required to be sustained to a 10-year or longer period.
So Sperling Marario finally put a stop to the run right there with John reaching in. But what we're seeing is Scott Moore's being a little bit more aggressive. He's kind of speeding up some balls that you wouldn't expect him to do, and we may see it coming back in the same direction. Mietja sped a ball up right there. Witskin read it pretty well, but was just a little slow on the draw.
Second server.
And starting off like the last semifinal that we just saw with a 4-1 lead.
1-4-2.
That's one thing Mitch is really good at. It comes from a little bit from his singles game as well, because he's more accustomed to driving that ball or flicking that ball hard down the line. That's the second time he's gotten Witskin on the forehand flick.
Side out.
Serve back to Witskin and Moore. 4-2 lead. Set number 1.
4-2-1. Second server.
John Sperling has a really, really good backhand roll right there. He sits and waits and reaches in, takes that ball early, and what that allows him to do, it allows him to choose whichever direction he wants on that because he's reaching so far into the kitchen. And again.
Point.
Moore did a better job of reading that one, not allowing that ball to come into his body.
5-2-2.
Oh, nicely done. Good defense by Widskin, but Moore couldn't fend off the last one.
Two, 5-1. Football, no! You stepped on it!
Called on Moore.
You're welcome to appeal it. It's not like you didn't jump over it on your way out. You stepped here and then jumped. First foot.
Yeah, the referee giving him an explanation of why the foot fault was called.
One down, correct call.
All right, so they're going to play on.
Point.
We were able to see the replay here,
Yes.
so we know it was the correct call.
3-5-1. Second server.
Seen a lot more Ernie attempts in these last two matches, and where that Skechers advertisement is, where Moore is jumping right now, that is called by our production staff the pantry in compliment to the kitchen. What do you think, Melissa?
It makes me hungry. But you know, our truck leader, Ray Polyakovo, right? And also he's just the creative mind altogether, right? So I know he created the pantry, right? And then all these kind of other sponsor opportunities that can come behind that. I don't know what our pickleball world would do without him.
You've got to fill the pantry.
Second server.
Well done that time by Sperling. Also Drew Vincent in the truck, staking claim to that pantry idea. But you mentioned our staff and the crew. They have had a huge thing to do with the instant replay and implementing it throughout the game.
Yeah, and it's been it has been a game changer, and you know, just something that was recently introduced as a game of pickleball, and players are using it.
Yep. 5-3.
Just sailed long
Side
on it.
out.
Chad, fundamentals of a firefight when you are in one. Is there anything you can
3, 5,
remember
1.
to do that can kind of keep that ball in check and not let it go awry?
You've really got to focus on staying shorter and staying more compact with your swing. It's hard because you want to say, hey, I'm going to hit it harder than you. I'm going to be better than you. So usually by the third or the fourth time, we're in front. We get a little bit bigger, then we get even bigger. By the time we take that bigger backswing, you end up getting jammed or you're spraying a ball. So big thing to think about when you're in that fast hands battle, that firefight, is to stay compact. The elbow can't go behind the body. We want to keep the hands in front. It makes us faster. It keeps the ball down, and we're able to change direction. A lot of the times, we'll see the side that comes away with the win in that fast hands. They're doing what we call it an X, and typically they're taking a ball from backhand to backhand, forehand to forehand. So it's constantly changing across somebody's body. It's not a straight line directly in front. So, and that's exactly what I was talking about right there. So Mircea got the ball to his forehand. Scott sets up as a backhand because that is what is expected. It's expected for a ball to be attacked directly in front, but Mircea was able to go across his body in that X formation to the backhand. It's very, very difficult to switch across that quickly.
Oh, how about this defense? Can't fight it off much better than that than Witskin just did.
All right, and the two showing each other a little love in that particular battle, and wow, that got some real excitement from the crowd inside Zing Zang Championship Court.
Back to the Raptors here on day 4.
3, 5, 1. Second server.
John got a little excited on that ball sitting up and rushed through it. He's hit a couple of really good backhand rolls there, but that one came out too flat.
Oh.
Point.
Friendly net cord.
Yeah.
So we saw one whiff from Kennedy. That came off the net, so a little bit of a deterrent there for more. But it happens to the best of us, doesn't it, Melissa?
Oh, yeah, it certainly does.
4, 5, 2. Side out. Five, 4, 1. Second server.
That's another really good example of staying compact, keeping that paddle out in front. John was able to go backhand, forehand in quick succession right there.
Side out.
Side out now for Sperling and Morario.
Yeah, and Scott Moore talking to himself because he knows, like I said, he's a legend, you know, of the game, and he knows that every single point, every single side out,
4, 5,
extremely
1.
critical at this level.
Especially if it's an unforced error.
Oh.
Point.
Yeah, another hand battle won by Morario and Sperling.
Yeah, and
5, 5, 1.
both Mircea and John did an excellent job there of actually crossing Scott's body together and just jumping all over the ball. But a little bit earlier on, we've seen Witskin hit a couple of out balls, and we talked about it earlier that, you know, if that ball is at the chest, get out of the way. And unfortunately, the area right in your sternum and a little bit just below your chin is your center mass. And when a ball goes there, it's unless you can do a matrix maneuver, it's very, very difficult to get out of the way. So a lot of times you hit a ball that's going to go out because you can't get out of the way of it anyway. So that's always a good target to speed the ball up into, is right in that center mass, and it's very difficult for your opponent to get out of the way.
1.
Oh. Still alive.
Are you kidding me?
Second server.
Unbelievable get by Witskin that went off the edge of the paddle with some spin, and then Sperling flicks it from back behind him back over the net. I don't know how John got that back.
It may have been a no look as well. Great exchange.
Scott Moore attacking. Just not enough on it.
So I definitely think that was the right strategy for Moore right there. They did that earlier on and jumped up jumped in out to the 4-1 lead. Sperling and Marario have come back, and they've been the more aggressive side. So I think we'll probably see Moore trying to pull the trigger and be aggressive.
Point.
But he has to be able to stay out in front there. If Marario and
1.
Sperling are able to slow that down, it's very, very difficult to pull the trigger and be boom, 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 and then we get a slow ball, and we have to try not to hit it too hard.
6-5, not much separation between these two teams. Great defense on both sides. We're back in a moment.
Margaritaville is brought to you by Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By DP Hue Hair Care Products, so you can go hard on the court, not on your hair. By Babolat Pickleball, join the rebellion. And by Fruit Smash Hard Seltzer. Say bye to basic seltzer.
Some great venues all over the country for pickleball, but there's just something special about being underneath this blue roof every single year in late April.
Yeah, underneath the blue roof here at Zing Zang Championship Court and out in Player Village. I mean, Player Village is a very special place that players get to hang out all week long. There's actually a line, you know, waiting. People get in line to go stake their claim to their territory here at the U.S. Open.
Well, I think one thing about the U.S. Open, and it's definitely a very special place for me, because this is where it all started for us 6 years ago as well, and we used to teach down here. But everybody's here to have fun, and it's just like a big party, a great atmosphere. You'll go to larger tournaments, and you know people are there to compete and have some fun, but nothing's like the Open and the party atmosphere of. Everybody gets excited to see those people that they saw the year before.
You can challenge it.
Perhaps the conflict here is Witzkin thought that ball was in. Called out by Marario.
Point.
So the serve going to stay here with Sperling and Marario at 7-5.
Yes, you are. I'll recall the score. 7-5-1.
Oh, how about that shot?
Second serve.
Deeks are in.
Witzkin certainly having some fun this afternoon.
He always seems to have a pretty good time. He's an intense player. He's a competitor, and he loves to win. All four of these gentlemen do. You know, you can just see him laughing, smiling, having a good time. You can see the respect that all four players have for each other.
Yes. 7-5-2.
His hometown, Zionsville, Indiana. A great sports community that is.
Point.
And Moore hits one into the net, a little upset at himself. I mentioned that Indiana community.
Well, I was just going to say with that one, Moore just stood a little too tall and tried to rush that cross court before Sperling could get down there.
Side out.
And Rick trying to pump Scott Moore up a little bit here as they're down at 5-8.
5-8-1.
Oh, right at Witzkin that time.
Yeah, and John Sperling, he's just laser focused. He's right in here.
5-8-2. Side out.
That's the center mass.
Yeah, that was the center mass that you were telling us about just recently.
And that's like I said before, Mircea's got that really strong wrist that can just take that short, quick flick. And I think that was a really, really good ball. He caught Scott still moving across. That stayed in that dinking rally for quite a while.
Point.
Lead now increasing to 9-5. So a nice run here for Sperling and Morario, 4 straight. Starting to pull away here in game 1. Ernie attempts, not on the line that time. We play on.
Oh, what a great block. And then another beforehand block from Scott Moore. Wow.
That's one thing Moore's done really well over the years is his red tendencies. You know, if you get him once, that's understandable, but then he's going to be expecting the next time. So definitely have to keep switching things up with him.
Side out for Wiskin and Moore. They've got some work to do.
5-9-1. Second server.
Ready. We heard Moore yelling at himself, "Get ready" on that one. He wasn't anticipating that ball to come back.
5-9-2.
So actually caught him off guard. So it's really, really important to anticipate every ball.
Even Scott Moore in that reach couldn't track that one down.
Yeah, again, another ball that kind of hung up there in the wind's definitely swelling in here on Championship Court. So once that ball gets up above the fence line, we've got a little bit more of a jet stream that's holding those balls up.
Yeah, and that move, like, or Rick Witskin just tried to go around by the post. That little bit of movement may have just distracted Scott Moore just a little bit.
Yeah, and he was also, because of Witskin's movement right there, he's trying to push a ball out wider, which potentially wasn't the right shot for the ball that he was given right there. So a lot of times it's hard if you're trying to take a ball into an area that isn't designed for. Those unforced errors are going to sneak up.
Sequence of errors that time from Moore. Up and down first game for Scott Moore. On the other side, Sperling and Morario playing perhaps their best.
Yeah, they were really solid in this game. You didn't see many unforced errors from him. They were laser focused, in sync, just playing very focused, smart pickleball.
So both sides having their moments. Sperling and Morario up a game. And we're back in a moment.
Look at this. New Zing Zang ready-to-drink cocktails. The legendary taste of America's #1 Bloody Mary mix. Crafted with 7 vegetable juices, bold spices, Worcestershire, and vodka. The legendary Zing Zang Margarita. All-natural key lime, grapefruit, 100% blue agave, tequila included. Introducing new Zing Zang ready-to-drink cocktails. Legendary drinks. Ready to enjoy anywhere. Are you ready?
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
The boss just asked me to go golfing with him.
He did?
Yes.
Do you even have clubs?
No, but I can buy some.
Hold up. What site is that?
Charles Barkley?
They don't know golf. You gotta go where they get sports. Dix.com.
Dix.com. I didn't think of them.
They got everything you need.
Wait, are you our neighbor?
No, just looking for my ball.
Found it.
Water gets me every time. Every search starts at Dix.
Back here to start game number 2, second semifinal, men's senior pro doubles. Weinbach and Gingrich awaiting the winner of this match. Sperling and Mararia winning game 1.
Side out.
Yeah, Witskin and Moore definitely need to drop the number of unforced errors if they want to stand a chance of taking game 2. And they have to anticipate that speed up from Mitch and Mararia.
Point.
And there's another one. We see Scott Moore kind of creep to the kitchen line a little bit, noticing he was a little too far back, overreached for a ball. The issue with overreaching there is you have nothing, you're fully extended, you've got nothing left other than your wrist to try to hit that ball with. And it's very, very hard to control it at that point.
Mararia comes strong.
Great placement of the ball. I mean, you know, he saw that Rick was back. Rick Witskin's back, you know, on his backhand. He made a nice little drive down through the middle, got the pop up to be able to put it away. Really well done.
Yeah, Witskin didn't disguise that one very well. See him cock his wrist right before he hit it, and both Sperling and Mararia were ready for it, saying, no, I hit that one, put it away.
3-0-1.
Mararia and Sperling are playing extremely loose right now. Having some fun with it. They're actually, I was just watching Sperling hit his third shot drop right there, and it was really wristy, a ton of spin. And that's, those are things that you start playing around with when you're really feeling comfortable and confident in your game.
And you can, like you said, he's loose. I'm not sure I've ever seen him so loose. I mean, just great touch.
Yeah, it's smooth. He's keeping the ball on his paddle a really long time and just controlling where he wants to put the ball right now. And Drew, we talked about it earlier. You know, my number one thing would be control over it. Sperling's hit very few hard balls, but he's dictating the points, and then Mararia is speeding it up to finish.
So what a start here to game number 2 for Sperling and Mararia.
0-4-1.
Moore and Witskin trying to hold that momentum. Just a little bit long.
Point.
So Witskin and Moore getting on the board here in game 2.
1-4-1. Second server. One, 4-2. Side out.
There it is, right again. Mararia is playing so comfortable. He's hiding the attack really well. there's almost no distinguishable difference between his dink and his speed up. And when he does speed it up, he's staying compact and aggressive again on the next swing, and it's so hard to catch up to.
Yeah, and he's attacking what I see, a spot, not necessarily a player. He's attacking a spot.
Second server.
And I always talk about Chad playing with purpose, and to me that's a playing with purpose, you know, and not just out there playing, just swinging freely, not really looking at what it is or thinking about what it is that you're trying to do.
Yeah, and we typically will see that a lot in mixed doubles, where players might be so focused on hitting every ball to the female, they don't actually take notice of where the male is on the court, and they end up letting the male have free run, and then they come back and they're like, well, I was trying to isolate, but I just couldn't keep it away from the guy. Because when you start playing keep away, you're allowing somebody to do whatever they want. So that's the importance of, like you said, playing to a spot rather than to a person.
Scott Moore goes for the Ernie, opens things up in the middle.
No.
Play on
I'm sorry,
here.
I'm sorry.
They're
Did
gonna
that
call
bounce?
this
I
a-
couldn't tell.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
She's going to have to call that a referee error because that's going to be a distraction for Scott Moore.
Referee error.
Yep. And,
Okay,
and
we
she's
will
going to
redo
have to
it.
do that.
Referee error. I stopped in the middle. That's distraction.
Oh.
Coming clean.
It looked like. It looked like from my angle that you hit it on the fly. Timeout receiving team.
So a
Score
timeout.
is
Both teams a little bit
5-1-2.
shaken after that point because it was such an emotional point, Melissa.
Right, you can just feel the intensity. You know, Sperling and Mario are up 5-1, right? So you can feel that tenseness coming from Moore and Witskin. So like I said, every point matters. And right now, this is a good time to take a timeout coming out of something like that, like a referee error.
Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Skechers. Experience comfort on the court with Skechers Pickleball. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at MargaritavilleResorts.com. And by Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore.
Take a look at what just happened. Of course, the official looking at the feet of Scott Moore right there.
Right, and that's her job, to be looking at feet, watching that kitchen line. She didn't recognize that it had bounced. She went to call a fault. She tried to pull it back, but at that point it became a distraction, and it had to become a referee error, and this is going to have to be replayed. And, you know, I know certainly that's frustrating. Good time out here just to regroup from it. We're all humans, including referees. These referees do a fantastic job for our sport. You know, this is a big stage for them as well, a stage that they really need and have to stay invisible on, right? And they do a really great job of doing that. Great job by the referee here.
Yeah, technically called a correction play.
Correct.
Scott Moore wants to do a little bit of correcting.
Yeah, and that he did. So I think now this is behind them. That's what you got to take. That's behind me. Take that momentum, move forward.
I'm all for that move and being pumped up for it. I don't know about staring down the referee after.
Tell you what, we're seeing some moves, some gestures from the seniors that we rarely would see, I think, from the youngsters.
Well, I think it's kind of crept into both parts of the games because so much is on the line now. You know, the prize money for both pro and senior pro has gotten high. The game has grown, and we see more with another Ernie right there, and taking quick advantage of those balls sitting up down the line. But like we were saying, there's, you know, everybody's competitive out here. The level has come up. The prize money's come up. So there's a lot more on the line now. And when you start feeling the tension of that, then you know you do get excited. You do get pumped up.
Speaking of prize money, there is $100,000 in prize money at this year's Minto U.S. Open. And for this particular event, men's doubles, it's $3,000 for the gold medal winners. That is split between the two of them. But wow, so they are competing. Lots on the line here for them.
Yeah, and if you think about prize money 5 or 6 years ago, you might win a triple crown at one of these tournaments and come home with $3,000. So it's definitely increased. A lot of people say, well, it's still not at the same level as tennis and golf and everything. But as more sponsors come into the game, you know, and everything's growing, then the prize money will just keep coming up.
Yeah, and you know, I have to, you know, I remind people of this often. Other sports have been around for 100 years or more.
Yep.
Professional pickleball has really only been around, you know, for, you know, it started 5 or 6 years ago by the Tournament of Champions, John Gullo, and then it was redefined by the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, Chris Evon and Terry Graham. And then now you've got, just 2 years ago, Pro Tours entering into the sport. So if you think about it, wow, what an infant sport that this is. And I don't think people often realize that.
No, and 6 years ago, there, like you said, there was with TOC and the U.S. Open and nationals, and I think there was maybe 5 or 6 tournaments that were actually had prize money. Now, between the 2 tours and some of the independents, you know, we've got upwards of 60 tournaments now that have upwards of $50,000 in prize money.
So if your body can hold up to playing all those tournaments, right, you can actually make a lot of money.
Tournament every week.
That's right.
Morario speeds it up and able to sneak one in on Moore. And Chad, you being the baseball guy, I think it was interesting reading the article about former Atlanta Braves pitcher Kent Merker from MLB.com. And he was quoted as saying, if he gets a win here in Naples, it's the biggest accomplishment of his entire athletic career.
Well, you have to look at it too as you're playing in something that isn't your background. You know, and I didn't see the full article, but you're not talking about somebody that's got a racket sport background coming into this. You know, even for me, when I switched over from baseball, I had played junior tennis, so I had the understanding of it. So when you've accomplished a lot of things in another sport and then you start a new one and this becomes the addiction that it is, and everybody out there knows what kind of addiction pickleball is, you just get so wrapped up in it that, yeah, to win a gold medal on a stage like this, and this isn't just a big stage for the pros, this is a huge stage for the amateurs. I mean, there's some draws that have 40, 45. Do we have a couple that have 50 teams in it?
Oh, they're not in the 50s, but we have several that are in the 40s. So.
Yeah. So when you've got a draw of in the 40s, and you play for 13 hours that day and come away with a gold medal, that's a huge accomplishment, because you have to be at really, really peak physical condition to come through it. And we've had so many people over the years, myself included, that have ended up with cramps or in the hospital or whatnot from the heat and the humidity down here. And we just had a massive hands firefight right there, and the crowd went crazy. But you'll see that everybody's staying short. And then that last slowdown was the one that was the most difficult.
We're really playing right now, guys.
Oh, yeah, and that's an out call. And I know it's disappointing because it was just really so close, and they're needing anything. Rick Witskin and Scott Moore to go their way right now, but it is match point.
Ball's closing in. Sperling and Morario, they'll have a couple of them here at least. Oh, beautiful John Sperling. All the right stuff today. Mircea Morariu. The doctor will have a spot in the championship. Crowd loves it here on Zing Zang Championship Court. Great effort from Widskin and Moore.
Yeah, it was a great effort. It just, wasn't their day. Mircea Morariu and John Sperling were just too tough. They had a little firefight here, and it just was too much for them to be able to recover from. But what a great match. I mean, it was really well played by both. The score didn't necessarily reflect just how competitive this match was.
Some great points. Morariu goes upstairs for that one. Lots of emotion as well. Widskin had some tremendous gets, but in the end, it's Sperling and Morariu. Our championship is set in men's senior pro doubles.
Working out doesn't have to be this complicated. That's why I make walking my workout with Skechers' new Workout Walker. They're loaded with performance and comfort technology, including a carbon-infused plate to add more spring to your step. They're ready for your ultimate walking workout. Just put them on and walk. You guys tired already? I'm still walking. Try Skechers' new Workout Walker. It'd be a lot easier if you just rolled.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
Time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
When you think of pickleball greatness, think no further than the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville. Over 2,800 players from all over the world have gathered in beautiful Naples, Florida this week to fight for their place in pickleball history as one of the champions of this monumental tournament. Day one was all about singles, filled with new competitors and new champions. Catherine Parenteau claimed gold, while Ben Johns defended his title in pro singles. Who will join their ranks and take home a victory? As today, doubles action takes over the course. It's time to find out at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Okay, I have all your stuff for the tournament. Where's your other cleat?
I don't know. Oscar has it.
Oscar. We gonna need new ones.
Hold up. What site you on?
Who's the old guy?
Charles Barkley?
You need to go to Dix.com. They got all the sports.
Dix.com. I didn't think of them.
And they have curbside pickup.
Great. We can grab them on the way.
I like your dog.
Oh, that's Charles Barkley.
Charles Barkley?
Every search starts at Dix.
My hard seltzering wasn't always secure. I don't like tall, slim cans in my hand. That's not me anymore.
If you're sick of basic seltzers with artificial aftertaste,
Join a growing community that's taking back control of their seltzering.
Fruit Smash changed my life. Thank you, Fruit Smash.
Senior Pro Singles champions, Beth Bellamy, Matthias Johansson. Matthias getting it done earlier this week. And in Pro Singles, Catherine Parenteau, Ben Johns on the women's and men's side, respectively.
Yeah, and Catherine getting her first medal in singles, and it's a gold.
Won doubles last year with Callie Smith. Great to see her on top of the podium. Ben Johns continues his incredible 2022. Arina Tereshchenko and Kemi McGregor, what a team.
Yeah, and they won this event last year, so it was, you know, they were back, they were repeat champions. So, and Riley Newman getting his first U.S. Open gold in this event yesterday as well. This is a very popular event. It brings a lot of fans out. Great time.
Split age, Leia Jansen, a big day.
Yeah, a big day for Leia Jansen, also getting her first gold at U.S. Open as well.
Continuing to build her resume in this game, John Sperling's done great work. Just saw him, and he is headed to the championship in men's senior pro doubles.
Yeah, exciting for him. I believe we said he got bronze here the last time that he played in this particular event. And so to have the opportunity to get gold, we talked about the prize money. Just an exciting day for pickleball.
So our matchup currently is going to be this: Ruiz and Waddell, Crandall and Derisi. This will be to 15, battling for that 5th place spot.
Yeah, and whoever wins here has an opportunity to go on to compete for the bronze medal, prize money associated with a bronze medal win as well. And we did have an opportunity to see both of these teams a little bit earlier today, certainly not playing against each other, but it was really exciting to watch. Enrique Ruiz, Pickleball Hall of Famer, Barry Waddell. And there's Enrique that we're looking at now on the left, and on the right, Barry Waddell, who won this event a couple of years ago with Dave Weinbach.
Barry Waddell put on a show earlier today. He is playing some tremendous pickleball. Jose Derisi as well went head-to-head with Weinbach. Those two, you could feel the intensity up here.
Yeah, you could. You could feel it through the whole game, and then at the end of the game, they really gave each other a lot of love. So you saw the respect and sportsmanship that they both had for their intensity. Scott Crandall on the left, you're looking at, out of California. And Scott is just a cool cucumber.
He is.
You know, just brings his game, you know, onto the court and lets his paddle speak for itself.
Yeah, some great players out of LA community. Jesse Irvin, another you think about.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Jesse Irvin here later this week. We talked about earlier, there's just a build-up. Every year at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, this is day 4, and you can start to really feel that energy going as we get more near Saturday's big Dick's Sporting Goods Championship Saturday, where we're going to be live on CBS Sports Network.
Cannot wait for that.
Yeah, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Byron Fresso, the great Byron, is our official here today.
He is. Byron Fresso has been around for many years. You know, he's a head referee. He does a lot for the sport, and he's certainly one of the game's best. Great to see him out here on center court, getting ready to referee this men's doubles senior pro 1 to 15 match on the consolation side.
Okay.
And Enrique Ruiz, saw him earlier today. First time here ever at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. He is playing, though, like he is right at home, and it's an adjustment. You come out to this court, buzz is a little different. Takes a little bit of adjusting. You got so many eyes on you.
Yeah, and it's also an adjustment for him from a climate perspective, right? He's coming from Oregon, a much drier climate. But, you know, it's really not bad for those of us who live in the southeast. This is quite comfortable, actually.
Compared to, I mean, if you just look at last year, I think we're at like 95 with 90% humidity. The real feel was 102 or something, and everybody sitting here under the tent was drenched and not even, or just watching.
Wow, that takes a lot of focus to hit several balls coming off the net like that.
Yeah, and I think we're probably going to see two very different play styles here from each team. Ruiz and Waddell. Ruiz is a little bit more of a control player. We talked earlier today. He hits with both two forehands technically, switching paddles to his left hand for that reach. Waddell is able to speed it up and pull the trigger like he did right there. It'll come down for them of what ball they're pulling the trigger on and can they stay in this firefight. Derisi and Crandall obviously like those faster balls. They will stay in a longer dink rally, but they'll be looking to speed some balls up. And I would say that Enrique Ruiz is going to be the target for a lot of those balls that are sped up. He has a tendency to play a little bit more of a pancake style play where his paddle's a little bit flatter, and I think that comes from more of the indoor pickleball compared to this outdoor.
Crandall was turned around that time. We'll keep on playing. Derisi,
yes,
just
absolutely.
a little wide.
Second server.
Derisi thinks it touched the line. He's just shaking his head on the way back, but I guess he's not going to ask for any video challenge for it.
0-2-2.
Yeah, I think it's a little too early to challenge and waste the timeout there.
Yeah, because if the call stands, the challenging team does lose that timeout.
One, 2-2. Side out.
Short from Derisi, side out now to Ruiz and Waddell.
Yeah, and Ruiz hits a very deceptive ball, so there didn't look like he had a whole lot of spin on the ball because he comes from so far underneath it, and it's not the typical topspin roll like Crandall just hit, but he's coming underneath that ball so much that he's generating spin. And then we saw Waddell with the good reach cross-court flick on that ball. But there's definitely multiple ways to impart spin with this ball. It just depends on how long you stay through it as to how much spin you generate.
And Enrique Ruiz and Barry Waddell are stacking, at least at this time. Chad, what can you share with us what you've seen in their game that would cause them to stack? You don't see that a lot in men's doubles.
You typically don't see that a lot in men's doubles, but I think with Enrique being able to hit two forehands, essentially, we're going to see them definitely at least do a half stack where they're stacking while they're serving, and then going back to a regular play on receiving. But I think that's a good strategy there because technically you've got three forehands going on the court for Ruiz and Waddell.
Timeout on the court, and a time to introduce you to our sponsors.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. By Zing Zang, America's favorite Bloody Mary mix. By Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. And by the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 15th to 22nd, 2023.
Naples, Florida, side of the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Drew Felios, Melissa McCurley, Chad Edwards. If you're just joining us, still this and then 2 more matches we are going to bring to you. We've got the consolation coming up next, with the winner of this team will participate, and then Melissa the
team,
championship.
you have 1 timeout remaining.
Right,
Serving
yeah,
team, you
we
have
will,
2.
since this isn't a
Time
come-around
in,
format,
4,
we'll actually play
1-1.
the gold medal match next, and then we'll end the day with the bronze medal match for men's doubles senior pro.
So this to 15.
Point.
And another point, so the timeout did not bring relief here for Derisi and Crandall.
Crandall and Derisi seem to have come out fairly flat. They're back on their heels a little bit more. Ruiz and Waddell definitely came out a little bit stronger. And they'll need to keep the pressure on here and not take too many risks. Or uncalculated risks.
I'll tell you what, this Barry Waddell, he is fun to watch.
He will surprise you. He will surprise you, and I think a lot of it comes from his restricted movement, that you don't expect him to hit balls that he does. Again, a tennis background,
6-1-1.
Very strong forearms, able to use that wrist and generate some spin.
And tremendous anticipation. I know we talked a little bit about that earlier. He's just and you can watch him. He's very focused, eye on the ball, head down, following through with his paddle.
And he's worked a lot on his fitness as well. I remember playing.
There's a beauty from Derisi, and a fist pump, even though he's trailing 6-1.
But I think, you know, he did an excellent change of direction there, coming across it. But for him, South American, I think that's just coming. That's just how he gets himself fired up, and he needs that. And I think both him and Scott need that to kind of get things going here.
Side out. One 6-1.
Oh, Waddell can't get to that. Well done by Crandall.
Fair life.
2-6-1.
See all the apparel companies, pickleball companies, paddle companies represented. What brand you are wearing is certainly all of that, isn't it?
Right, and we continue to see so many other new names coming into
3-6-1.
pickleball that aren't traditionally associated with pickleball getting involved in the game.
Yeah, one immediately comes to mind, Yola, sponsoring the best player in the game, Ben Johns.
Yep, that was a recent announcement. What, just was it on the 1st of April? I think it was.
4-6-1.
And that is the correct pronunciation.
Wasn't going to mess that up.
All right.
Most people will say
4-6-2.
Jula, but yes.
Point.
So Crandall and Derisi have snuck back into this. They're choosing the right balls, but they're playing more of an aggressive play style now. And this is how I thought they would come out. They seem to come out, like we said, a little flat, a little bit softer. But now they're speeding the ball up and definitely being more aggressive. And I think that's where they need to stay at.
Point.
And also try to bait Ruiz and Waddell into trying to speed the ball back up at them. You know, they definitely do a lot better with that harder ball.
6-6-2.
Yeah, and they were down 1-6, and now here they are at 6-6. But Chad, spot on with your analysis of what's happening here and what turned things around for them.
And that's where we talked about earlier too, is pickleball is such a game of runs. You know, Ruiz and Waddell went on a 6-1 run, and now we've gone on a 6-0 run for Crandall and DeRisi. And with a game to 15, you don't have the ability to give away these runs.
Point. Gentlemen, a score of 8-6-2. With change ends, you have up to 1 minute.
So Crandall and DeRisi come roaring back here, an 8-6 lead here in game number 1.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by DecoTurf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By PaddleTech, official paddle of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By ILovePickles.org, a place to celebrate all things pickled. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Underneath the blue roof here in Naples, Florida. A packed house as it usually is on day 4. Senior Pro Doubles going at it. A couple matches to go after this one. Championship is next. And then we have got the consolation game after that for 3rd place. Here, Enrique Ruiz. He, along with Barry Waddell, they were out to the fast start. And then a timeout, change momentum. Crandall and DeRisi now on top.
Yeah, and Ruiz and Waddell were getting ready to call a timeout, but they didn't need to since they were getting a 1 minute on the changeover at 8. So yeah, there is a little bit of wind in here, so we'll have to see if it makes a difference going into the second half of this 1 game to 15.
Well, I definitely think DeRisi and Crandall need to keep the pressure on.
Side out.
Yeah, I think you're right, Chad. They got to keep that pressure on because they don't want to get into that slow matchup with Enrique Ruiz and Barry Waddell. It's just not. It plays into their strength.
Yeah, definitely.
Off the paddle of Waddell, DeRisi makes it second serve.
Yeah, that was a nice spot. And you know, to Chad's point earlier, that both forehands basically are in the middle right here for Waddell and Ruiz, as Ruiz does that hand switching.
There's a winner.
Side out.
Just inside that line.
Yeah, so you know, here we are. We're trying to see they're pulling them back into their game, Waddell and Ruiz. So you know, let's see what happens. See if they can continue to do that, and we could see another momentum shift here.
Yeah, and that was a little bit of the case of hitting the ball to the person and not to the spot. Crandall tried to force that going cross court, left it up, and Ruiz hit a really good change of direction.
Lob action, and Enrique knows what to do with it.
Yeah, he does, because he's got basically everything through the middle for him is going to be a forehand. So, and he's just he's very effective at using it.
Look at that switch of the paddle from right to left. Pretty impressive, Chad.
Yeah, and typically you don't see that as much anymore, but it's definitely to have that ability to, especially against a team that's going to lob you, being able to go back and hit 2 forehand overheads. Huge benefit.
6-8-2. Side out.
So Enrique Ruiz and Mr. Waddell unable to get any points there on that side out.
8-6-1.
Crandall and Derisi with the serve once again.
Second server.
Yeah, but we did see, Drew. We
8-6-2.
did see what they, what they're going to need to do to be able to stay in this particular match.
Yep.
Side out.
Seen more emotion from the senior men today than I think we see from any other division.
Yeah, and that's certainly not unusual on this particular court. I mean,
6,
there's
8,
a big
1.
crowd in here, right? And so that you feed off of that energy and try to pump the crowd up too.
Second server.
Yeah, that's a ball that needs to be slowed down or changed down
6,
the line
8-2.
from Ruiz on that one.
Point.
And just like that, it's 7-8.
7-8-2. Let's go. Side out.
Derisi gets one in.
That was a good job by Derisi on anticipating the drive
8-7-1.
and executing a shorter punch volley back.
Point.
9-7 now. Waddell can't believe it. Rarely he misses one.
9-7-1.
There we go.
Point.
Yeah, and so they got off of that 8, and now they're just kind of rolling a bit.
Got East Coast, West Coast with Derisi and Crandall. California, New York representative.
10-7-1. Second server.
Is there a best area? Melissa, you've been all over the country seeing how this game is played. If you had to pick one area,
10-7-2.
what would that be? One city, maybe one market.
That's putting you on the spot. I'm glad that's your question.
Well, I don't think you can pick just one, Drew, because there are so many, so many. The way the sport is growing, maybe a few years ago you could pick some hot spots, but everywhere is a hot spot now.
Point.
Derisi, another big smash, another point, 11-7 now. Chad, I know you think maybe this area right here has the edge.
I would have said, yeah, a few years ago. Definitely Southwest Florida was expanding quicker than the majority of the market. But, I mean, you're seeing new facilities pop up
Timeout
that
by
have
receiving
20,
team with a
24,
score of
24, 30.
11-7-2. That
There's
is your final timeout.
a 30-court facility
One
is still pretty hard to come by, but it's not becoming unheard of. So yeah, I would say Arizona is still an area. Texas now you've got dreamland. It's expanding.
Sure.
Where a couple of years ago we didn't have anything with Texas. Obviously Florida, the Midwest. I mean that's where we started playing pickleball. The Northwest, where it was different, right? So the Northwest was a lot of indoor. The Midwest was a lot of indoor. Down here was kind of the first ones where we started getting the larger outdoor facilities. I know there's a new facility being built in North Carolina that's got more than 20 courts. So it's, like Melissa said, it's so hard to kind of pick an area. You might be able to pick a belt where southern belt, northern belt, and the middle is kind of still trying to figure it out.
Your home state, South Carolina, really starting to play this game a lot more, huh?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's a new facility looking to go in just down the road from where my hometown is. There's the Palmetto Dunes Pickleball Center that has 24 courts, a big popular destination location. So, yeah, there's a lot of great pickleball. in South Carolina as well. I'd come from Arizona, and Arizona's got a lot of great
Time
pickleball
in.
that happens there.
Yep.
as well.
11-7-2.
11-7, Crandall and DeRisi in this race to 15 leading. Oh, how about DeRisi?
Side out.
I think he hit himself in the face when he hit that last one as well. But after the first one where he got handcuffed a little bit, I thought he would anticipate the second one, but Ruiz was able to handcuff him twice.
Point. Eight, 11-1.
You can't say that Barry Whitell is not into this match.
Couple good gets by Enrique, but
server.
DeRisi has the final set. He has led the week in fist pumps.
8-11-2.
We need a fist pump stat.
We do.
Wow.
Side out.
So that one came back to what we talked about earlier with the firefight. Ruiz's play style, he has a little bit larger swing. It's a little bit flatter. So right there at the end, DeRisi was able to get the ball past him because he takes that ball so far back behind his body.
Lob action. Ruiz has been chasing those down all afternoon, but hits it against the net, and it's another point.
I've seen Ruiz, we've seen Ruiz miss quite a few of those balls into the net. He's been in really good position, and I feel like that's potentially attributes itself to playing outside here compared to playing in the Northwest. You're expecting the ball to jump off a little bit more, because the funny thing is with the pickleball is when it's colder or you're playing with an indoor ball, the ball's going to jump off more, especially when it's colder, because the ball's harder, it's going to fly off the paddle. When it gets hotter, it gets softer and it doesn't go anywhere. So contact points need to change a lot.
So we're going to have a timeout here, up 13-8.
Championships powered by Margaritaville is brought to you by Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By DP Hue Hair Care Products, so you can go hard on the court, not on your hair. By Battle Lap Pickleball, join the rebellion. And by Fruit Smash Hard Seltzer. Say bye to basic seltzer.
Lots of great pickleball coming up here on Pickleball Channel. Day 4 of the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Crandall and DeRisi, couple points away from advancing to what would be that bronze medal match. And in just a few minutes, got a pretty good championship coming at you.
You're good. You have
Sperling and Marario.
You're good. Time in. 13-8-1.
Have their hands full. Dane Gingrich, Dave Weinbach waiting in the wings.
Second server.
That's a hard one to let go, but Crandall just said to DeRisi after he missed that ball, I had it, and Crandall was coming back right at the baseline. But it's definitely a hard ball to let go through the middle. And trust that your partner's going to be there.
Liddell able to track it down. Crandall does the same. Well played.
That lob almost hit Waddell in the head as he was running back for it. But what Ruiz did really, really well here to finish the point is he hit it right into the paddle side. One of the hardest areas to get back is that paddle side hip to armpit. If that ball gets anywhere close to the body, it ends up jamming you.
Another outstanding point for Mr. Waddell. Got a lot of followers here. You can hear a lot of people chanting, Melissa, go Barry, go Barry.
Yeah, they are. And he just went off to the side just a bit, right in front of the crowd, looked their way, trying to get a little bit more energy. You know, it's warm and humid out here. And we got some nice shade structure, nice breeze. And they've been playing hard all day long.
Second server.
Just a different type of heat, too. You play a few games, you really feel it, don't you?
9-13
here in South Florida.
Yeah, you definitely do. When you come here to play at the U.S. Open, you've got to be mentally and physically prepared.
Ruiz comes and gets it. Waddell chases it down, but Derisi emphatically puts it away.
When I first moved to Naples, I didn't go by the temperature. I went by how many shirt changes I was going to have that day. It was either going to be a 5, 6, or 7 shirter.
Oh.
And we talk about here the best of the best come to play here at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championship. So, you know, you have to be your very best, you know, mentally, physically, you know, and you just got to have the stamina, too, to get through a day here.
He's able to put it away. You mentioned shirt changes, Chad. You were there for me today, for sure. As soon as I walked in, the perspiration was going.
I picked up on that. We got the fan early. I saw the droplets starting.
14-9-2.
Another match point here. Crandall. Ruiz. Crandall tracks that one down again. Make Derisi run a little bit. Miss it by Waddell. Will do it.
I'm telling you, that is the third overhead that we have seen missed on this side of the court. Once that ball goes up above these fences, they're so heavily barricaded right now, either with people, with flags, with banners, that the ball starts moving around, and you throw in that it's a little difficult to look up into the shade structure. But right there, you think that it's there, and then all of a sudden it's not.
To Mr. Crandall and Derisi, a score of 15-9.
Good match on both sides. More pickleball coming up in just a moment.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Working out doesn't have to be this complicated. That's why I make walking my workout with Skechers' new Workout Walker. They're loaded with performance and comfort technology, including a carbon-infused plate to add more spring to your step. They're ready for your ultimate walking workout. Just put them on and walk. You guys tired already? I'm still walking. Try Skechers' new Workout Walker. It'd be a lot easier if you just rolled.
Time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
It took about 30 days for the event to fill up in its inaugural year. From 30 days down to 3 hours, it shows you how popular this event has become.
This moment to be on this final Saturday at Naples, so it's been great. There's just no words to describe, you know, the feeling of just what just happened.
There's nothing like the energy you get when you come into this park and everything starts humming throughout the day.
The enthusiasm here is like nothing else.
A better stage in pickleball than this court. This is my favorite place, as you know, on earth to play. The energy, the electricity around here is second to none.
You came here last year for the U.S. Open. You fell in love with the area.
I love this place. It is a beautiful, wonderful place to be.
For me, it's the best tournament of the year. The atmosphere, the people, they're dancing, the music's going, they're having fun. This is what we play for. This is it.
The boss just asked me to go golfing with him.
He did?
Yes.
Do you even have clubs?
No, but I can buy some.
Hold up. What site is that?
Charles Barkley?
They don't know golf. You gotta go where they get sports. Dix.com.
Dix.com. I didn't think of them.
They got everything you need.
Wait, are you our neighbor?
No, just looking for my ball.
Found it.
Water gets me every time. Every search starts at Dix.
Stay, play, and dine in Margaritaville. Escape while enjoying Margaritaville's signature casual luxury, fun, and laid-back hospitality. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com. Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Welcome back here to the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Our championship looks like this. In men's senior pro doubles, Weinbach and Gingrich take on Sperling and Morario. Should be a huge match. Great anticipation here, and you can feel the energy here on Zing Zang Championship Court, guys.
Yeah, certainly looking forward to this one.
Dave Weinbach, a pickleball resume rivaled by very few. He has done just about everything in the game.
Yeah, he has, and especially here at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. They said, you know, the first 2 years he was the men's doubles pro champion. He's been the champion here in the men's doubles senior pro, and you know, his resume just continues. His legacy just continues to build.
Dan Gingrich, meanwhile, self-proclaimed goldfish expert. Accomplishing great things in this game. And again, we talked about his mental preparation, how he focuses on that. He's a mental coach. I mean, if I were playing competitive sports now like I used to, I would certainly go to Mr. Gingrich. John Sperling, meanwhile, from Chicago, played basically a flawless match last time he was out here.
Yeah, he was flawless, he was loose, he was focused. I mean, he didn't make any errors out here, and it really made a difference for them.
Then Mircea Morariu, the doctor, a silver medalist here last year.
Yeah, and they're the #2 seed, Sperling and Morariu here in this final. And Dane Gingrich and Dave Weinbach, the #1 seed. So we have the two very best teams, at least seeded for this particular draw, making it here to the gold medal championship match.
Dane Gingrich got that great reach. Saw him playing with Callie Smith. What a pair they made yesterday.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun to watch. The mixed split age divisions created here at the U.S. Open.
This is game 1.
And enlarged. There were like 41 teams in that bracket.
Best 3 to 11, win by 2. Here we go.
So set to go. First serve here to come from Morariu.
0-0-2.
Rather, Gingrich here, ready to serve, and we're underway.
So I think Sperling and Morariu need to take a similar game plan like they did against Witskin and Moore. We'll probably see Sperling controlling the point, and then Morariu is going to take that quick flick forehand when he gets the opportunity.
Point.
Dave able to bring that ball down, and then we'll probably see Gingrich has a tendency to favor that backhand, so we'll probably see him when he's on the left slide to the middle to be able to attack with that backhand or
1-0-2.
Reset with the backhand. And then Dave has a tendency to hug the middle as well, but they'll definitely have to move the ball around, kind of keep Sperling and Morariu flat. Like we saw actually against Witskin and Moore, they came out a little flat and back on their heels.
First lob, Weinbach chases it down. Gingrich there to cover for him. That's big time.
And it gets a chest bump out of him too.
So that was an excellent retrieval by Dave Weinbach, and then we saw Gingrich come over and catch. Now watch him slide back to the middle so he can counterattack with that backhand. When
3-0-2.
Gingrich is on the left, that fast forehand flick down the line that was working for him last game isn't going to work with this one from Morariu. So he's probably going to have to look at coming more across Gingrich's body back through the middle.
4-0-2.
I think if they score another point here, we'll probably see a timeout coming from Sperling and Morariu.
Point.
Could see it here, or will we play on? Dane and Dave off to the really fast start.
5-0-2. Point.
Gingrich and Weinbach know each other so well. Interesting to see them play against each other earlier this week, and
6-0-2.
now they're on the same side. That happens often here in this sport.
Yeah, Weinbach and Gingrich are definitely controlling the ball movement right now.
Point.
And I'm really, really surprised.
Timeout by the receiving team.
Okay,
The score
I was going to
of
say, I'm really, really
7-0-2.
surprised that we haven't seen a timeout yet
1
on the
minute.
7-0 run. But Weinbach and Gingrich definitely need, when they come out of the timeout, they need to stay at this, keep moving the ball around, keeping them off balance.
7-0 out of the gates here in the championship.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Skechers. Experience comfort on the court with Skechers Pickleball. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com. And by Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore.
So Weinbach and Gingrich out to the 7-0 lead. Talked a lot about our sponsors throughout the week. Skechers getting more and more involved in the game. Catherine
Receiving
Parenteau,
team, you have 1 timeout
part of the
remaining.
Skechers family now.
17, you have
Congratulations
2.
to her.
As well as Tyson McGuffin. And Skechers sold out of shoes in like the first day. Their Skechers pickleball shoe. So, you know, congratulations to them. Skechers also, you have a Skechers Pro Club Lounge. That's something that's new here at the U.S. Open. Very nice.
See if the timeout works here for Sperling and Marario.
Point.
Not yet.
Oh, we saw Sperling get a little too big with the take back on both of those. He tried to anticipate that the first attack was going to come further away from his body, and Weinbach did a good job of getting it in tight.
Side out.
So we saw Gingrich saying that was a stupid shot.
0-8-1.
Probably wasn't the best choice of ball to attack right there.
How do they keep that alive?
Yeah, and you got to be pumped up about that. I mean, Dane Gingrich really just defended a ball Riley Newman style.
Yeah, and one of the things to focus on there is when the ball is coming that hard, you in essence have to treat your paddle like it's a wall, because if I was to throw a ball into the wall, it's going to bounce back up and back toward me. Where we get into trouble is that ball gets hit down and people try to hit out of that, and we either go into the net or we pop the ball up again and it goes through. So if you think of your paddle as a wall in those defensive situations, we're much more likely to get a ball back up and over the net and stay down rather than trying to hit through something. And that's where the best defensive players have very little paddle movement when they're being attacked.
Sails wide.
Point.
That'll make it 9-0. I think everybody a little shocked what's going on right now, Melissa.
Yeah, they are. It's really quiet in here, you know. So it is a shock what's happening right now.
Yeah, I certainly wasn't expecting a 9-0 run.
No, not especially after what we just saw from Mircea Moraru and John Sperling in the last game that we got to see against them. I mean, they were executing perfectly, you know, gelled well together, weren't making any mistakes, really focused, making smart shots.
I think potentially the difference here is Weinbach and Gingrich are moving the ball around incredible. We saw it rushed a little too quickly there from Gingrich, but they're moving the ball around a lot and continuing to keep Moraru and Sperling back on their heels and not being able to get set. I think the dangerous thing is if Sperling and Murario can get set and get back to Sperling controlling it and then Murario pulling the trigger when needed, I think that's the only way they're going to get back into the game.
Point. Finally, Murario able to get something going.
1-9-1.
Gingrich. Ernie executed to perfection.
Point.
Yeah, that was, well, what an impressive move. Well anticipated, but he set it up for himself.
He did, and the timing on that, Ernie, is when you go down the line and you see your opponent's head drop, the only area that they have to get out of that is to hit down the line again, because if they come cross-court, they're more than likely to pop it up. So as soon as Gingrich saw Murario's head drop, he took off, and the timing was spot on.
Side out back to Dane and Dave. 2 points away from a game 1 victory.
9-1-1.
Notice something a little different there. You usually see Weinbach serve and then rush up. He kind of stayed back that time.
So
10-1-1.
one of the things there as well is when you kind of act like you're not going to come forward, then your opponent tries to keep you back. And Dave's fast enough that he can take a quick lunge and attack that ball. So there are a lot of mind games that go on in the pro and senior pro divisions as far as baiting people into when there's a hole. It's not necessarily a hole. There's a hole because they want you to see a hole and to try to attack it. And that's one of the ones as well. Like Dave's usually really, really aggressive. So when somebody sees him stay back, they try to hit it back deeper, and then he'll move fast and attack it.
Another beauty from Gingrich.
Yeah, two-handed backhand. Right back behind John Sperling.
And that's, I spoke about it earlier when Gingrich was playing. That's the advantage of the two-handed backhand. You can take a ball much further back because in essence it's a left-handed forehand for the righty, but you can take a ball that's much further back and hit it through with power compared to a one-handed forehand. You have to hit out in front a lot more because if you get that further back, you get jammed.
That's going to do it. Game number 1 in the books for Weinbach.
To Mr. Gingrich
and Gingrich impressively 11-1.
Yeah, I mean, at first I thought guys were going to get pickled, right? That's what we call it in 0, but they didn't, and it ends 11-1.
Game 2 coming up momentarily from Naples.
Stay, play, and dine in Margaritaville. Escape while enjoying Margaritaville's signature casual luxury. Fun and laid-back hospitality. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Welcome back to Naples. Impressively, Weinbach and Gingrich up a game.
Yeah, and so I guess, Chad, I'm looking here. I'm not really seeing necessarily anything that Richard Mararu and John Sperling are doing wrong. They, they don't necessarily seem to be being outplayed. What do you think they got to do here?
Yeah, it's a tough one, and this is potentially one of those situations where you throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at it, and Gingrich and Weinbach are just on fire and controlling it. But I definitely think Marario and Sperling need to keep the ball out of the center of the court. There's a few too many balls that are going through the center. They need to start pushing out wide, bringing back middle, pushing out wide, opening up a hole, potentially going behind Weinbach or going behind Gingrich, and making them move a little bit more. They're two guys that, Weinbach has a tendency to have a little bit wider stance and reach for balls. So if you can start making him move, it takes him off balance.
Second server. One 0-2.
Wow, what a rundown by Dave Weinbach, and then they end up hitting the ball long.
Yeah, and
there
was even some hesitation in there. He thought Gingrich was going to go for it, and then Marario just tried to push it back harder and push it deeper to keep Weinbach back there, and that's where those unforced errors start creeping in. But I would say out of that 20-point rally that we had right there, and 10 of them being from Marario and Sperling, 9 of those 10 were in the middle of the court. Now it was a good offensive lob, but they're still not moving Gingrich and Weinbach around enough. And Drew, we talked about a little bit earlier where kind of that fake earning, that forces them to push the ball back into the middle of the court again. So Weinbach's doing it a little bit more right now than Gingrich is, but it's really siphoning all of the balls from Sperling and Marario back into the middle of the court, and they're just dictating and controlling the point by moving it around and then having everything come back to the middle to them.
Another great shot there by Weinbach.
Yeah, great placement for that particular ball. That's a very difficult ball for John Sperling to try to get down low, out in the corner, backhand.
Side out.
Marario and Weinbach were going spin for spin on that one. They were trying to see who could get the paddle the flattest and create the most spin.
0-4-1.
We're definitely seeing Marario and Sperling play a lot tighter than the previous match that we watched tonight. You can just see it in the body language. You can kind of see it in the grip with their paddle. They're squeezing that paddle off a little bit more, and that has a tendency to add to that siphoning of the balls back to the middle. The more you tense up, the closer the ball gets to the body, and then it's harder to create the angles on pushing the ball out wide. And that's perfect example right there. Push the ball out wide, they bring it back middle, you create a sharper angle, they bring it back middle, and within 2 balls you open the court up and open up the hole.
4-0-1.
Take nothing away from Sperling and Marario, but right now we're seeing a clinic from Gingrich and Weinbach.
Point.
And it almost feels like they just feel deflated. It's almost like you can feel the air has just come out of them, right?
It's very difficult in this situation because you try changing things and that doesn't work, and it starts this big snowball effect, and it feels like everything you do just keeps adding to the issue.
Right.
Games can go by very quickly as well. Weinbach says that's in.
Yeah, and Sperling is going to agree with that, so he's calling it in too. Yeah. So, you know, you got the call right.
Yeah, that ball's in.
Yeah, and I think John Sperling just had a better look at it.
6-0-1.
Oh, finally.
Yeah, and great job. They were not going to let Dane Gingrich and Dave Weinbach get back up to that kitchen line. They were going to keep them back. Great job.
Yeah, and the finisher from Mararia right there, right at the toes of Gingrich. But I would say the downfall on that one was that Gingrich jumped onto that ball in the middle. You know, Dave was throwing that ball up and kind of controlling it. Gingrich wanted to get that ball down and then end up getting caught in the middle of the court.
Second server. 0-6-2.
Oh, there's a little miscommunication there. Dave Weinbach was setting himself up for the Ernie and didn't go where he was expecting, and then his partner was just kind of so.
No, he straddled the corner of the kitchen and didn't move, and then I think Dane thought he was going to come back, but he didn't. So again, even if you communicate well, there's always some sort of miscommunication at some point.
Well, just real quick, we would be remiss if we didn't call out, because we gave him such a hard time about his hat in the last match. He's got on a great-looking hat right now.
He really does.
Great-looking hat.
He did change the hat. It's fresh.
And I'm almost disappointed in him because of that. So used to that old, sweaty, raggedy one.
Point.
Another sharp backhand whizzing right by. See these guys pumping each other up. Do not want to have any complacency here. They want to shut the door.
Absolutely. You got to keep that pedal,
7-1-1.
you know, that foot right on the gas pedal and just not let it off.
Point.
Another point makes it 8-1. They're 3 away, guys.
Yeah, unfortunately, what ends up happening is exactly what happened there with Mircha. You start getting behind and you try to rush through the points and you want to make up for the deficit, and then you rush a ball and you put it in the net, and then again that's that snowball effect.
8-1 here, game 2. Weinbach and Gingrich closing in.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. By Zing Zang, America's favorite Bloody Mary mix. By Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. And by the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 15th to 22nd, 2023.
Yeah, we're certainly marking our calendars. April 15th to the 23rd, 2023. The next time this great event is hosted by this phenomenal city of Naples. And Melissa, sometimes it's that last week, sometimes it's sort of that mid to last. Either way, late April, reserve it for this great event.
Oh yeah, and we already have people asking, when are the dates for the U.S. Open next year? They can't wait. I mean, it is truly the most coveted ticket in all of pickleball.
Typically, don't we, doesn't it end up being like 2 weeks after Easter? Is that kind of around where the dates fall?
You know, like the week after.
No, the week after.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not very good with dates.
That's okay. We'll forgive you.
Lob, Weinbach tracks it down. Just long.
Second server.
Got a little excited. The swing has a tendency to get bigger when you get excited.
8-1-2.
8-1 now, Weinbach serving. Arayo drops one right short. Weinbach was right there. Now it speeds up.
Side out. So I mean point. Point, yeah, my bad.
2 points away now from a championship.
9-1-2.
Reminder to join us immediately after this, or stay with us. We'll have a little post-game celebration on Zing Zang Championship Court with our winners.
1-9-1.
Lots of goodies given away this week. Where are you? Nice shot.
I'm going to take a minute to give a shout out to my pickleballtournaments.com PT Pro team, who will run 5,185 matches here this week. I brought the A team in Nicole Hobson, Dee Davison, April Price, Marilyn Holiday, and we're supported by over 400 volunteers, some of the best volunteers in the business. I couldn't do what I do as president of pickleballtournaments.com without this amazing team, and I thank them. They're doing a fantastic job.
Wow. Now you guys do what you do. Simply amazing from tournament to tournament.
I think it can still go bigger. 5,000 isn't enough.
Side out.
Well, this was the sport, and really your organization, Melissa, helped bring our country out of the pandemic, getting people outside, getting them competitive again.
Yeah, we estimate some 400,000 people came into pickleball that otherwise might not have. And certainly the sport of pickleball exploded. And
how about that ATP by Weinbach?
So he originally started moving because he wanted to poach. And then the spin and angle from Sperling allowed Weinbach to hit that ATP. The really, really good thing that he did right there is that he was patient. The way to hit the ATP is to give it time. Remember, it can be a couple of inches off of the ground. But if you give it time to get around the post, you're more likely to make that ATP. On that one, we just saw Weinbach try to Ernie, and what Mitch and Murario did extremely well is if you can see the person Ernieing, hit it straight into their body. Because they're moving and trying to adjust to the ball, it's already difficult. So if you go at their body while they're trying to jump the kitchen line, they can't get out of the way.
Sperling and Murario, perhaps one final side out, trying to extend this game as much as possible. Just have not played entirely their best, and it's unfortunate because they were playing so well leading up to this match. They just kind of hit a little bit of a wall here.
Yeah, and it's, at least for me anyway, it doesn't feel like they haven't really played that well. It's kind of like what Chad was saying earlier. It's like everything that they tried just wasn't working.
I will say that I was expecting Weinbach and Gingrich to have to really, really fight hard to beat Sperling and Murario after what we saw against Witzken and Moore. I felt like Sperling and Murario were the stronger team from the previous games that we watched. But Weinbach and Gingrich have just stepped it up to another level.
Yeah, absolutely. That's I think a great summary, great assessment of what we've seen earlier and what we thought we would expect here on this particular match.
Oh, ball just sits up on the net, doesn't go over, and that does it. Weinbach and Gingrich, your men's senior pro doubles champions here at the U.S. Open.
The 2022 senior pro champions, Gingrich and Weinbach.
The final point.
Yeah, and they continue the dominance of moving the ball around in this last point, and you can see with the trust between Weinbach and Gingrich as far as your partner being where you need them to be. I think Weinbach attempted that fake Ernie 2 or 3 times within this point, and Gingrich is there every single time. So by controlling it, really putting the pressure on Murario here and pulling the trigger a little early.
So our championship celebration coming up next. Weinbach and Gingrich in the winner's circle here on Zing Zang Championship Court.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
Working out doesn't have to be this complicated. That's why I make walking my workout with Skechers' new Workout Walker. They're loaded with performance and comfort technology, including a carbon-infused plate to add more spring to your step. They're ready for your ultimate walking workout. Just put them on and walk. You guys tired already? I'm still walking. Try Skechers' new Workout Walker. It'd be a lot easier if you just rolled.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Welcome back here to the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Mircea Murario is with me. Also, John Sperling is with me as well. Silver medalist in men's senior pro doubles. Before we talk to you guys, our presenter of our medals, Mr. Brad Schwabel, the COO of Margaritaville. Brad, welcome. Along with the medals, lots of goodies as well for these two. We've got head sweats, champions hats for both of them. We've got the Skechers pickleball shoes they both will be taking home.
I mean, that's great. We'll take them, Drew, but they're not ours. We're not champions.
Oh, that's right. We'll get to that in just a minute, guys. Tremendous performance from both of you guys. A tough match, too. Tell us about it in the championship.
I mean, they're a tough team. They're unbelievable. I don't think they've lost a match all year, so we knew going in it was going to be a tough battle. We had a game plan. They took it away, and I think they executed their plan very well. And all credit goes to them. They played fantastic. So thank everybody for cheering us on all day. It was amazing. Congratulations, Dane and Dave. Played phenomenal.
Mircha, what are you going to remember most about this, you and your partner? You guys were tremendous today.
Well, we had a great day, and unfortunately, I did not finish it well. John carried us the whole day, and we played great together. And again, I'm lucky to have such amazing partners, and John's a great guy. We get along great, and he's just an amazing player. So I'm very fortunate to be on the same court with him, and I got to work to get better. So it teaches me what I need to do. So I got a lot of work to do.
Also, guys, tell us about your opponents. Obviously, two very special guys you played in the championship.
I mean, they're great. They're phenomenal. I've won every event I think they've played together. They're a strong team, very smart, talented guys. So, listen, you got to come, and you cannot have mistakes against those guys. And today we didn't have our game, and they did, and kudos to them.
John and Mircha, congratulations. Great job, guys. Okay, big round of applause for them. And coming in next, welcome in our gold medalists, Dane Gingrich, Dave Weinbach. Guys, welcome. Champions in men's senior pro doubles. All right, before we talk to you, let's welcome in Brad Schwabel again for the gold medals. And you guys, you guys will take home our goodies. The Head Sweats Champions hat, the Skechers pickleball shoes, the Margaritaville cruise, 3 days, 2 nights. Awesome, what an experience here at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. There you go, take some of that home as well. There's more. Definitely not going home empty-handed. Dave, it's always so much fun to watch you play here, and what a run this was with your right-hand man.
You know, Drew, that I love coming here. I love this court. It's my favorite court in the world to play on. The energy, the electricity, year in and year out here at the Minto US Open is unbelievable. I had a little tear in my eye as we finished that match. I have such incredible memories from this place. You know, Kyle Yates and I won the first 2 US Opens back-to-back. It was the first really major pickleball championship that was on a national, TV network in the CBS Sports Network. And I just have a special place in my heart for this tournament. I tell you what, this guy to my right is unbelievable. The guy's a machine. I think he missed 4 balls the entire day. So, Dane, thanks for playing with me when, I had to convince Dane to come and play this tournament.
He had to convince you, Dane. Why so? Because you look right at home here, and I mean, you play so well with Dave by your side.
He's joking. Like when we talk about playing, it's a given. I'll go anywhere to play with these guys.
Point.
This is amazing. This is his 40th. This is
match
my first.
to Mr. Gingrich and Mr. Weinbach.
Split age with Riley. This is my first senior gold medal, and it's just freaking. Almost want to get emotional about it. You train so hard, right?
Absolutely incredible. Every run has a great play to it. That ATP from you in that game, too, was pretty special, man.
Thanks, Drew. I knew that John was going to take that ball out wide, so as soon as he hit it, I was already motoring over there. And once that ball gets wide enough, it's not that hard of a shot if you're there. And I just put it right into the corner there, and Mircha had no chance to get it. And that got us to, I think, 10 points. And that was a big, big moment for us, and the crowd loved it. And it's such a special win for me, and I really wanted Dane to get his first pro U.S. Open title. For me, I think it's number 17 or 18, and I just love this place. So, thanks, Dane.
Final question for Dane Gingrich, because this guy is locked in unlike anybody else on this entire scene. What would you tell a player who comes here and is having some trouble with nerves, just playing their best? What would you tell him?
Find a routine. Find a pre-match routine. That's just mandatory, right? Because if you come on the court and you're not geared in with your emotions, you're going to feel lost. I'm crazy OCD about my routines, and John Sperling always jokes that he's not too serious, but it's just the way I go about it. I think the pre-match routine and during the match routine is phenomenal. And before you go, huge congrats to Mircha and Sperling. Those dudes are beasts, and everybody else to play the bronze. This is an absolutely amazing court and facility. And thank everybody for sticking around. The energy is so amazing.
This is the greatest field, senior pro field the U.S. Open has ever had. And a shout out to Chris and Terry and Melissa McCurley and Jim Ludwig. Every year this tournament is run to perfection. So thank you to the team for making this happen. I'm so glad I get to come every year here to the Minto U.S. Open.
Guys, a great job. 2 champions here in men's senior doubles. Dan Gingrich, Dave Weinbach, and we'll have much more here from Naples coming up in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit margaritavilleresorts.com.
Working out doesn't have to be this complicated. That's why I make walking my workout with Skechers' new Workout Walker. They're loaded with performance and comfort technology, including a carbon-infused plate to add more spring to your step. They're ready for your ultimate walking workout. Just put them on and walk. You guys tired already? I'm still walking. Try Skechers' new Workout Walker. It'd be a lot easier if you just rolled.
Time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
Hey everybody, it's Rusty with Pickleball Channel, and I am thrilled to be back.
Pickleball Championships Women's Doubles.
Welcome back to Pickleball Channel. Here as we get ready for another men's senior pro doubles match. Crandall and Derisi battling Witskin and more. Tremendous skill on both sides. Scott Crandall's had a great day out of Los Angeles, California. Pickleball teacher climbing up the ranks of men's senior pro. Jose Derisi as well. Very emotional player. He leads the tournament in fist bumps so far.
Yes, he does. Emotional he is, and he's been entertaining for us here on the court. Looking forward to seeing this match. I know we've got the 4 seed in Crandall and Derisi playing the 3 seed in Witskin and Moore. So, you know, I know we were expecting a lot from the 1 and 2 seed in the gold medal championship. We didn't quite get what we were expecting, but looking forward to getting it here for this match, Drew.
Scott Moore may have unfinished business, Melissa, and then Rick Witskin as well out of Indianapolis. Scott Moore so competitive, you know he wants this to go out with a win here on men's senior doubles day.
Oh yeah, one of the most competitive, certainly a legend of our sport, a U.S. Open Triple Crown winner, and I know he'd certainly like to get this bronze here this evening.
So as we get ready for another match, oh, I had so much fun interviewing Weinbach and Gingrich. Those two together, they are something.
Yeah, they really are, and you can just see how much fun that they have. You know, good friends, good partners. You know, I see them around the tour a lot throughout the year, and just such kind gentlemen. You know, there is a lot of hard work that goes in running these particular tournaments, and they're always so kind to come by and thank you for the time. When I say a lot, I mean it's a 14, 16-hour day every day. To make sure that the players are having the experience that they deserve to have when they're out here playing in these big tournaments.
Fans still sticking around. They've been here since early this morning. It's just day 4. We'll have, once again, full coverage coming up tomorrow all the way through Saturday night on CBS Sports Network. And that day brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods as well. And you know what I love about that day amongst the play, Melissa? It's the parade of countries, the flags, the representation. You got Chris and Terry on the court being acknowledged. It's an amazing scene.
It is, and it is special to the U.S. Open, and the players absolutely love it. It really gives you goosebumps when you're in here as those flags from all the countries are parading, and then, you know, they do the big U.S. flag, you know, that they stretch out across the entire court. It's a night full of goosebumps, and it's a special night for so many people. This tournament is a bucket list item for so many. And, you know, it's not just here on this court. I mean, this energy is throughout the entire park, and you have spectators everywhere watching matches
best
of all
2 out of 3 to 11, win by 2.
Just take a peek out beyond, and you can see some of the matches going on. I mean, we see the ones on center stage here, but there are some incredible matches played on the courts outside as well.
Yeah, there's 59 other courts here.
Oh, man. Underway.
So I think the key for Witskin and Moore right here is they have to keep the unforced errors in check. The last match that we had here on championship court, the unforced errors kind of got up there, a little bit of overreaching, rushing to get through it, and I think for Derisi and Crandall, they've got to be aggressive like they are there. They seem to play that better with an aggressive play style. So they slow it down, set it up a little bit, and then pull the trigger.
Right out. Zero, 0-1.
Oh, beautifully done by Crandall.
Crandall has some had some hops right there.
1-0-1.
Moore speeding things up.
Yeah, and these two don't want to play slow either, Chad. Moore and Witskin. I mean, he doesn't get his name Ripskin just from being slow.
Ripskin, Witskin. Yeah, and early on against Sperling and Marario, Witskin and Moore had success speeding it up, and then they tried to do it a little too much and a little too extended reaching for the ball. Moore did a really, really good job of holding on that one. Again, Crandall left just a fraction early.
0-1-1.
With those ones, especially when the opponent is able to look up, you have to wait until the ball's on the paddle before you take off.
Second server. 0-1-2. Hook fault. Left hook. Double whammy.
So the ball was out, and also referee Byron Frezzo called a foot fault on the push-off from Witskin.
1-0-1.
Sneak one in on Crandall. Good job by Witskin.
And that's a really good shot by Witskin to not necessarily run around the backhand, but to set up the forehand. You have 3 really good opportunities with that one if you can create the footwork of being aggressive cross court and pushing it, or through the middle, or speeding it up down the line, which he did.
Nice reset. Oh. Wow.
Point.
That's
0. Nope. Jose. No, you're not. You are? And you have 0. Yeah. Yeah.
Double check the score
Sorry,
here.
my bad. You came in at 1. Okay, you were 1. Yes, it's 2. Right. You're at first 0. Yeah. 2-0.
So that's one of the issues with stacking right there, is making sure correct serve, a correct side, and when you come in on different positions, it makes it a lot more difficult.
Set up. Zero, 2-1.
Caught up against the net that time for Derisi. And Witskin and Moore finally on the board. Talked about the size of this tournament, guys, and the amount of players, the amount of courts. Always seems to be growing, but is there a major expansion on the horizon, Melissa? Perhaps one that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, well, you know, so that's a very interesting question. We had 4,000 players register for this tournament, right? And so we don't have the capacity here, even with 60 courts in 7 days, to handle that many players. So the only way you can handle that number of players is to increase the number of courts or increase the number of days. And of course, this is already a 7-day event.
Yeah, just go to 120 courts in the 15-day tournament. Why not?
Why not? Well, I talked about the amazing volunteers here, and there's over 400 of them. And so, you know, you have to get commitment from the volunteers as well, and that's a big ask.
I was a volunteer captain for the first couple of years for the U.S. Open.
Yep.
So there's definitely a lot of work that goes into being a volunteer captain, being a volunteer, and a lot of the times it's thankless work, but the people that do it love it because they get to be around pickleball.
Yeah, I know my stepdad is here volunteering this week, shuttle driving and match starting, and my mom is actually the pro concierge this week, the one-stop shop for the pro players for everything that they need while they're here at the U.S. Open this week. So that's another new thing, pro concierge.
Another fist pump by Derisi. If you're keeping track, that's number 3 in this match.
My number is way off. We're 6 points in and he's at 3. But that last point from DeRisi, I think that's where he needs to be. He was aggressive. He was short. He kept the pressure on.
Oh, colliding. Staying alive, though.
So one thing with keeping these balls going up higher and higher, you start trying to hit harder and harder so it doesn't come back.
How about this defense? DeRisi hitting wide.
I'm not too sure if DeRisi got sick of throwing balls up right there or he saw an opening, but yeah, one thing I was saying is that defensive tactic of continually throwing balls up, you start trying to hit harder and harder and harder to try to put that ball away. And the higher the ball is, the harder it is to put away. That's a very good ball from Witskin, right at the left foot of DeRisi.
Now 3-4. Just a little bit wide. You know, there is talk of pickleball at some point becoming something that people wager on in Vegas. Talk about that here as we welcome you into the booth at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Drew Felios, Melissa McCurley, Chad Edwards out of Peak Performance. And Melissa, from what I hear, we're not too far away. Major sports, of course. Some of them go through Vegas, and pickleball could be next.
Oh, yeah, pickleball is definitely next. And guess what the #1 sport is that's bet on today?
Football.
Ping pong.
Really?
Yes, so, yes, ping pong.
I would have said horse racing, but, you know.
Yeah, ping pong. So, you know, not far-fetched to think that pickleball couldn't become, it's expected to be the world's largest paddle sport our world's ever known, right? So I can see pickleball being the biggest sport that gambling's ever happened with as well.
There already is live wagering on pickleball. PPA has started it, and basically what they do, they did it for our Riverland Open tournament over in Port St. Lucie. They have 4 courts, and you have live wagering on the matches on those 4 courts. So they have 2 guys that go around and they set the odds depending on the match that's on there, and they'll do it. So wagering has already started on pickleball, but to see it in Vegas, I think we're not too far away.
There you go.
So back to live action as more hits it long. So just for fun, we're keeping track, Melissa, of the amount of fist pumps that DeRisi has. I had the over-under at about 25. Right now he's at 3. He is the leader in that category by far this week.
Right, yeah, and I'm at 9. I think Chad's at 7.
I'm at 7. We all laughed at Drew for 25. But the more fist pumps we see, the more fired up that DeRisi is. So he needs those fist pumps to kind of build up the energy.
Moore speeds it up. Oh, there's another fist
There's
pump.
number 4. My number 7 is Wagel.
Well, and it was worthy of a fist pump as well.
That was a really, really good sequence on both sides there. We had the quick speed up by Moore. Crandall was ready for it. We got back into the exchange, and then the finish with DeRisi, and that roller doesn't always have to be aggressive. You know, you can be somewhat slower, and it sits up, and your opponents think that ball is going to go out, and it drops in.
There's another.
Okay. Yeah, Does that one really count?
That's what I said about the first one. It's a pump, but there's no come on. I thought we were going for the come ons. Yeah, that's a. So they're starting to Crandall and Derisi are getting a little better feel right now. They're choosing good balls to speed up, and like I said, it doesn't always have to be an aggressive speed up. It can be a medium one that's got a little bit more spin.
Point.
So another point. Crandall and Derisi racking them up here. It's their best run of the match thus far, 7-4.
7-4-1.
Wow, that was well placed by Scott Moore. I mean, in tremendous vision. Derisi's had a hard time a couple of times on those, one of them leading to a timeout. So I think Scott recognizes that, and they do need to try to exploit that a little more often.
Yeah, and I think definitely that's the way to go after him. Go back behind. You'll potentially draw one into the middle, push it out wide. And the more that you do that, you may end up seeing Crandall take one more step to the middle, and if that happens, then it opens up that backhand down the line on Crandall's side as well.
Derisi right now on a roll.
So earlier on, we saw him getting jammed on that paddle side, hip to armpit. He's done a much better job in this game of keeping the elbow in front of the body a little bit more, not getting jammed.
Good heads up by Rick Witzkin.
Yeah, he got up there quickly, was able to put that ball right back down at Crandall's feet. Well executed roll by Scott Moore. And the key to hitting that topspin roll, whether it's a bouncing ball or out of the air, is to keep the paddle out in front, to almost feel like you're reaching weight on it underneath, and it's a brush of the ball, bottom to top. If you take a big backswing on that, there's nothing to grab a hold of the ball with the pickleball paddle like strings on a tennis racket, for example. So it has to be, you have to create the shape with your hand rather than expecting the paddle to do the work for you.
Oh, just a little bit long.
Point.
Mentioned earlier Rick Witzkin in his hometown of Zionsville, Indiana. Why I liked it so much. Great sports town, sports market there in that Indianapolis area. But if you're wondering what makes it famous, they have a tremendous Little League there, Chad. One of the best Little League programs in the entire country. Having worked the Little League World Series year after year, come to love that area of the country.
Absolutely, and the Little League World Series is, I mean, it's huge across the world. You know, every young baseball player aspires to play in the Little League World Series.
Rick Witzkin a little frustrated with himself, trying to play a ball and to his backhand where he wasn't really as well positioned as Scott Moore.
Point.
Another point for Crandall and Derisi.
9-6-1.
A couple points away here from taking game one.
And that was a smart move on Scott Moore's part then, because they've been just kind of going and get into a dink, rally right off, and he just decided to change it up and then just go right at Crandall right away, and I'm not sure he was expecting that.
Point.
10-6 now.
That's a tough Tough error to have right there. I think that's one of the hardest errors to make is a missed return.
Up against the net. That'll do it for Crandall and DeRisi. Taking game number 1, 11-6.
Yeah, so we saw 2 quick unforced errors from Moore and Witskin to end that game.
Game 2 coming up next here from Zing Zang Championship Court.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddletech, let's go again.
My hard seltzering wasn't always secure. I don't like tall, slim cans in my hand. That's not me anymore.
If you're sick of basic seltzers with artificial aftertaste, join a growing community that's taking back control of their seltzering.
Fruit Smash changed my life. Thank you, Fruit Smash.
Jose DeRisi leading his team of Crandall and DeRisi, and right now who is leading in fist pumps as well. Right now we are at how many? 9 of them, I believe.
There's 9. There's 9. So
but who's counting?
Yeah, and he
Questionable.
One, right?
Questionable.
I'm winning. I'm winning.
No, you're already it's already over. Oh no. We're at 9 right now. If he has one more for the next game, you lose.
This is game 2.
I'm out then.
Time in 0-0-2.
Witskin to serve. Question is, are you awarded if you go over? If my count is too much, there's another. So there's number 10.
Okay, Melissa and I are out. Drew wins officially.
But I think we should do it like Price is Right. You go over, you're disqualified.
Yeah, that's why you went with 25.
Oh, well done by Crandall.
Really, really good read. And Crandall just sat on that backhand. And you can see there, the counterattack. The counterattack is super, super effective. But the issue that we get is when we go to counterattack and we go with a big swing to say, hey, I can hit it harder than you, then we get in trouble. But if you allow your opponent to generate the power for you and you just send it back with a nice compact swing, very, very effective.
Into the net that time.
Crandall wants that one back. That's a hard part with the forehand ball through the middle. You get so excited that you want to hit that ball and absolutely not allow it to come back, that you get bigger with your backswing.
Side out.
Right idea. Trying to go to behind him and just went long on him.
Yeah, just opened the face a little too much. And then ended up spraying the ball out wide.
Well done, gentlemen.
That was much better with Crandall's backswing. You can tell the difference and how much faster and hitting down on that ball by keeping the paddle in front.
Yeah, you can see an extra pep in the step of both of these guys. And they're feeling it, you know. They're
playing for a bronze medal here.
101.
Gingrich and Weinbach have already taken gold.
And we talked a little bit earlier about the prize money here at the U.S. Open. This is a $100,000 prize money tournament, and the team winning the bronze medal takes home $1,000.
201. Point.
That was good execution from Derisi. Witskin just missed with the getting the offensive lob deep enough. But Derisi was able to keep the pressure on and keep Witskin back.
This is too good.
Did it find the line? Ritzkin flying in.
I thought for a second there he'd missed it out wide. We see a lot of those misses when you try to be really cute and just drop that ball short. I think that was on the line, if not maybe an inch inside the line.
401.
Oh.
Point.
Timeout going to be called here. Derisi just teeing off here on Sing Sing Championship Court. And I think he knows his fist pumps are being counted. 5-0, game number 2 here in Naples.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is brought to you by DecoTurf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By PaddleTech, official paddle of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By ilovepickles.org, a place to celebrate all things pickled. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Welcome back to Zing Zang Championship Court. There's Jesse Irvin having a little word with Derisi and Crandall. Mentioned Irvin from that Southern California area. Two tremendous players right there.
Yeah, and good to see people starting to trickle in here into Naples, Florida.
Love Jesse Irvin, the way she plays the game. Always with her emotions on her sleeve, gives it everything she's got.
She's another one that has a really good come on as well. Fist pumping and come on.
501.
The run continues.
Point.
Again, really, really good ball movement by Crandall and Derisi. Changing direction, bringing a ball in, pushing it out, bringing it in, pushing it out. Kept Witskin off balance. Was able to get that final attack back behind him.
Point.
So that wasn't a bad speed up by Moore right there, but a lot of the time the issue is when you speed a ball up cross court and your opponent counterattacks, they counterattack your partner who's in front of them. And your partner doesn't always know that you're speeding it up. You're hoping that they do, but a lot of the time to be more effective, speeding it up in front has a tendency to bring the ball back to you.
Oh.
Yeah, and when you're playing defense like these guys are playing, I mean, you know, you're speeding up the game. It's just, and you're getting, there's just no answer for it.
8-0-2.
What a run this is for Crandall and Derisi. Oh, Crandall attacking again.
Yeah, and everything they're doing right now, Drew, is working. Their attacks are working. Their defense is working. I mean, you can just, you know, feel the chemistry between the two of them right now, and they're feeling this bronze medal.
Yeah, and that was a good setup by Crandall. Again, if you treat the speed up as a 1-2 punch, where you speed it up to get that faster ball, and you can anticipate that ball coming back quick, in essence, you've made your shot more powerful because you help them to generate more power back to you.
So impressed throughout the day at the defense of these seniors, Melissa. They get to tough balls just as well as the young pros do.
No, they really do. I mean, at their feet, you know, the lobs, we've seen a lot of great lobs executed today. How to make a lob, how to chase down a lob. We've seen a lot of skill on display today.
Nicely done by Witskin. Able to tag Crandall.
I think, and you know, it's never too late in pickleball, but I think this is something that Ripskin and Scott Moore need to do. They need to keep this ball slow.
Yeah, but they did a much better job there of moving the ball around. And I know I've said it multiple times this afternoon as far as moving it around, but when you're hitting to the same area of the court, you're not putting your opponents under pressure. So there with Moore going out wide a couple of times and bringing a ball back into the middle, then we go out wide. You're continually moving your opponents around and they're never set once, and that's the strategy that they need to go with. If you're allowing your opponents to get set, then they're able to speed the ball up at you, they're able to lob, they're able to do a number of things.
Open court, he takes advantage.
And I got to say, Chad, you have given us some wonderful insights this afternoon.
Oh, I appreciate it. And Crandall actually read that Ernie attempt well. He just moved a little too late.
Are you still learning more about this game, Chad, with your knowledge bank the way it is, as much pickleball as you've seen?
Oh, it's continually changing. What we taught 3-4 years ago has progressed now. Like I feel like every year we kind of alter our training methods, and it's not necessarily like it's a huge difference, but you also have to switch with the technology. You know, 5 years ago with a 3-layer core, they didn't have the power that they do now with a 5 or a 6-layer core. The different materials give different spin, different control, a softness, a hardness. So, and the injection of a lot more tennis players have brought a lot more power into the game, but the paddles allow the game to become more powerful as well. So it's a bit of both. But continuously learning, figuring out new techniques. All of our instructors, we all talk together, we study stuff, and hopefully never stop learning. Witzkin wants that one back. Again, read it well, got a little excited, take that big swing, and it just jumps on you a little too quickly, and it's really, really hard to recover from.
Yeah, and here we have another match point.
It's going to land in.
Well done by Crandall. Witzkin cannot finish it.
Wow.
Crandall and Derisi dominate here in 2 straight games, 11-6, 11-3. Witzkin and Moore had a few moments, but these guys just played a near perfect match.
Yeah, they really did, and they had it all going. And, you know, when you're winning the match point here on a defensive play, that just goes to show how well your game is working, because those were some offensive strikes coming right back at them.
What a day it has been. Jet, final thoughts here?
No, Derisi and Crandall stuck with their game plan. They moved the ball around. They were aggressive and came out on top.
Join us in the winner's circle in a moment.
The boss just asked me to go golfing with him.
He did?
Yes.
Do you even have clubs?
No, but I can buy some.
Hold up. What site is that?
Charles Barkley?
They don't know golf. You gotta go where they get sports. Dix.com.
Dix.com. I didn't think of them.
They got everything you need.
Wait, are you our neighbor?
No, just looking for my ball.
Found it.
Water gets me every time. Every search starts at Dick.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
You guys start out here.
Welcome back to the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, celebrating our 3rd and 4th place finishers. Congratulations, Scott Crandall, Jose Derisi, with a 3rd place finish. Round of applause, everybody. Let's go. Heather from Margaritaville is going to come on in with some prizes, medals. Guys, congratulations, a tremendous run. So much inspiration watching all of y'all play, but Scott, you've had a heck of a week. Commentating earlier this week, now you're playing, taking care of business. Talk about the week so far.
Oh, it's been a great week. I always love coming here. It's the fullest week of the year for me. I didn't know I was going to be commentating, so it was great to be with Rusty. I learned a lot being in the booth, so enjoyed that experience. And then the mixed or the mixed split age yesterday, and then the men's split age on Monday. I am really hurting now, but last year Jose and I got bronze, and we just defended it, so we were thrilled about that. We've been, when you go through an experience like last year, it was so awesome. We're bonded forever, and this whole year we've been kind of together looking forward to this, and it's great to have defended.
Jose, we love watching you play. You play with the passion, the flair of a soccer player out on the pickleball court. We love the fist pumps as well. Tell us about the way you approach the game.
Oh, I love pickleball. I think pickleball is fun, so I play that way. I play with intensity. All the players that I play with, Rick, Scott, the other Scott, and everybody else, win or lose, we're all, we know each other, so nothing's personal. I like the intensity. It brings me energy, and it's about our team, not about the opponent.
Tremendous stops you guys will make throughout the year playing. What makes this event, this championship so unique?
Well, I think, this venue, this court is so good. There's so much energy. So not that we need too much energy, but, we feed into that energy. It is so fun. It brings more fun to the game, more energy, and we want to play more.
Yeah, this court is very special. The fans here are great. It's like they're on all sides of us. Kathy's over there just, with our faces on sticks, and she's just great. The fans here are unbelievable, so there is no court like this. And then, at the U.S. Open, it's a huge tournament. It's a major, and like other U.S. Opens and other sports, the conditions here are what separate it from. The conditions here are tough. It's always hot and it's humid. Being from California, I am not used to the humidity, and it's tough conditions. So the tougher it is, the more the cream rises, and so it really does show who the best teams are. And so it's a great event, and it's always a grind. So we love it.
Scott Crandall, Jose Durisi. Guys, congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Awesome. Third place here at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. So that's going to do it for day number 4. Join us tomorrow as we begin once again about 1:30 from Zing Zang Championship Court. We will see you tomorrow.
Point, game, back, left,